guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says negotiations with Hamas will only take place now under fire.
This comes after Israel broke a ceasefire with the Palestinian militant group by launching strikes early Tuesday. Matt Bradley reports from Tel Aviv.
Israel's defense minister said, quote, "We resumed fighting in Gaza due to Hamas's refusal to release the hostages and threats to Israelis." Adding, if Hamas does not release all the hostages, the gates of hell will open in Gaza.
The ceasefire had lasted for nearly 2 months. Gaza's health ministry says the latest attacks have killed more than 400 people and injured hundreds more. I'm Lisa Taylor.
The White House says President Trump and Russian President Putin have agreed to start talks on a limited ceasefire with Ukraine.
The two leaders had a lengthy phone call Tuesday to discuss an end to the war. Trump described the call as very good and productive. He added that many elements of a contract for peace were discussed. The Kremlin said Russia has agreed to a 30-day ceasefire on strikes on Ukraine's energy infrastructure, and a prisoner swap with Ukraine will take place Wednesday. I'm Brian Shook.
The Trump administration has made significant alterations to the Arlington National Cemetery website.
Those changes include removing or hiding content with links related to notable Black, Hispanic, and women veterans buried there. The action is part of a broader effort to eliminate references to diversity, equity, and inclusion issues within the Department of Defense. The changes have affected educational lesson plans on Black and Puerto Rican soldiers, as well as historic accounts of individuals buried at the cemetery. USA Today reports that Representative Adam Smith criticized the changes as wasteful and insulting to those who have served the country. I'm Katie Gray.
Wall Street closed lower today.
At the closing bell, the Dow lost 260 points, the S&P fell 60 points, and the Nasdaq dropped 304 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout.
For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality.
700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Texas Republicans want to force public school districts to set aside time for voluntary prayer during the school day. This is led by State Senator Mays Middleton.
We are a nation and a state built on "In God We Trust."
Middleton says the separation of church and state is a myth. The legislation is part of a broader push by conservative Christians to put more religion in public schools. Another bill would mandate the posting of the Ten Commandments in all public classrooms. The San Francisco Pride Organization says they are seeing major sponsorship drains.
Organization officials say Comcast and Anheuser-Busch are among the companies that have recently dropped financial backing for the group. They believe all told they'll lose about $300,000 in sponsorship money, though SF Pride officials say they're hoping to bring in new partners. No public explanation has been given as to why the companies did not renew their sponsorships. I'm Michael Kastner.
And Splashdown, Crew 9 back on Earth.
2 NASA astronauts have safely arrived back on Earth after a 9-month stay on the International Space Station. Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore had to stay far longer than planned aboard the ISS after issues were discovered with their Boeing Starliner spacecraft. They returned home in a SpaceX capsule this afternoon, splashing down off the coast of Florida near Tallahassee.
It is an amazing, what a ride. I see a capsule full of grins ear to ear.
For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
I started going cold turkey. Well, at least when I'm in the car.
I know I shouldn't do it, but it's so hard to stop. That's why I hide it.
Do it all the time. I stopped by locking it in my glove compartment.
My friend used to do it way too much. Now I turn it off when we're in the car.
My solution is simple. I just don't do it. There are lots of ways to stop yourself and others from texting and driving. How will you stop? Tell us at stoptextstoprex.org. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Docs Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Docs cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
I do believe that is my cue. Let's kick this baby into overdrive and roll into a Wednesday. Here we go. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Sequence Studios. We're showing 60-plus degrees, 63 at the airport. Not seeing any stars tonight, though. Kind of a cloudy night. That's acting like a blanket that'll keep our temperatures pretty comfortable through the overnight hours. Not half bad. What a beautiful day, Tuesday. So from time zone to time zone, we will cross over the midnight hour, closing out the 18th day of March, rolling into day number 19 here in 2025. Good to have you with us. Hope your week's going well. All right, so we'll reach that halfway point. All right, up to this point, it's not been a bad week after a horrible weekend of stormy weather. Yeah, got a little break in the action there Monday and Tuesday after the severe weather outbreak that started last Friday, wrapped up on Sunday. The final tally, 79 confirmed tornadoes between Friday and Sunday of last week. Looking at the numbers here via AccuWeather, 3 of those were confirmed as EF4 tornadoes. Big. 7 EF3s, 26 EF2, 29 EF1, and 14 EF0 tornadoes. That's the final tally as the survey teams have been out for the last several days. And folks in the hard-hit regions trying to clean up. Now, some of those areas where you're trying to clean up are going to be dealing with yet another round of very strong winds and potentially severe weather. And on the northern flank of the storm, Old Man Winter is going to be making things really ugly. We're looking at blizzard warnings tonight that have now been hoisted for northeastern portions of Colorado. All right, about the western half, almost western two-thirds of Kansas. Then from southwest to northeast, eastern, about the eastern half of Nebraska, central and northwest portions of Iowa into southern Minnesota, all that region, under blizzard warnings. Now, the accumulating snow on the southern end, say from southwestern portions of Kansas, maybe 1 to 4 inches of accumulation. The numbers ramp up over eastern portions of Nebraska, 3 to 6. Some areas will see up to 10 inches of accumulation, but the winds are going to be 60 to 65 miles per hour. So even with the lighter snowfall amounts, the wind is going to be whipping that around. Visibility will be greatly reduced. Travel will become treacherous, obviously. All right, so after the weekend weather pattern, here we go. As we head into midweek, the storm's energy moved ashore on the West Coast Monday. That brought with it a wave of steady rain, coastal winds, and higher elevation snow. Valley rain and mountain snow spread well inland through Monday night into Tuesday. We saw some dangerous travel conditions over some of the higher elevations in the inner Mountain West, some of the passes heavily impacted. So now we look as the storm transitions over the Rocky Mountains through Tuesday night. We will see some heavy snow developing across portions of Idaho, Utah, Wyoming, South Dakota, and Colorado. The greatest accumulations are going to be across the peaks in Colorado and Wyoming. Could see up to 30 inches totals in some areas. The system emerging east of the Front Range has begun bringing some accumulating snow to portions of the I-25 corridor in Wyoming, parts of I-70, I-80. Gilman added that snow will total 3 to 6 inches with 6 to 12 possible on the northern side of the storm. That'll be parts of Iowa on up into Wisconsin. As I mentioned, they're forecasting up to 10 inches for some areas, but the winds. Now, locations across eastern Colorado into the Central Plains. You've seen some mild conditions out and ahead of this storm. We've been talking for the last several days, approaching record highs in places like Wichita, Kansas. Temperatures were even warmer than Monday. where you hit the middle 80s. Warmest day you've seen so far this year. The winds will be another fire threat. We also have red flag warnings over a large area of the central U.S., from southern Texas through eastern Oklahoma, up to much of Missouri, southern Illinois, a good chunk of Arkansas as well. Now, the winds are ramping up from southeastern Colorado and New Mexico into Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, and Nebraska. Gusts in excess of 40 miles per hour. There will be a corridor winds exceeding 50 miles per hour across several states. The peak winds expected to develop across central and eastern New Mexico. We could see 60 to 70 mile per hour gusts there. There are high wind warnings, which is a step up from the wind advisories through western Oklahoma, the Texas Panhandle region, pretty much the entirety of Kansas, Nebraska, on into northern Missouri, and a good portion of Iowa. Now, as we roll into Wednesday, as those winds transition north and east into the plains where that accumulating snow is going to be coming down, indeed, blizzard conditions across a narrow corridor there. Across the southern states, the combination of strong winds, dry conditions, and low humidity, a high fire risk, particularly across eastern New Mexico and western Texas. Some of the satellite images indicate that a new large wildfire had broke out in the northwest corner of the Texas Panhandle Tuesday afternoon. This fire may spark new blazes from burning embers being carried quickly away with those high winds. So avoid outdoor burning. Obviously, be mindful of anything that could potentially spark fires. Now, late last week and over the weekend, we saw that intense storm activity, devastating damage to the central and southeastern states. 42 fatalities, I believe, is the number they've been holding on to. The risk here into midweek is not going to be quite like we saw with the destruction over the weekend. But, storms that do develop overnight tonight can still produce gusty downpours, some hail, as they'll be sweeping through parts of the Central Plains. Now, as I switch over to the radar scene, at this point in time, we do see heavier snows in eastern Colorado. Most of the heavy snow is just due east of the Denver area. You got a band of heavier snow stretching from just east of Cheyenne there in southeastern Wyoming, all the way down to just east of Pueblo. The center of circulation there, you can see this thing's wound up pretty tight. That's why this is going to blossom and expand, bringing those high winds. Southeastern Colorado, you're in the rain right now, but you'll be looking for that transition to some wintry precipitation. But the main thing you're going to see is the incredible force of the winds. Some of our snow now extending up through northeastern portions of Kansas, on into parts of South Dakota, into western portions of Minnesota. Temperatures right there on the borderline, little mixed bag over southwestern portions of Minnesota tonight. But things will begin definitely ramping up through the upcoming day. So more on our travelers' weather coming up here. Hello to Philly Dan as we kick things off here. Good morning from the city of brotherly love. Wow, SpaceX. How about that? Yes, Pappy pretty much on board. What day is it? Hey, Mike. Yeah, we're counting on the horse feathers to make it official. But what is official? The astronauts are home safely here on planet Earth. Splashdown 5:57 this past afternoon, the 18th day of March in the year of our Lord 2025. Welcome home. We're looking at a nice 60 degrees in Harrison, Ohio. Had a beautiful day, a beautiful night. Just a hop, skip, and a jump from the Hot Shot Secret Hidden Bunker. All right, snuggle up to whomever, whatever. Let's get this hump day underway. And there's high pressure pumping. Said, let's roll. Marianne in the house. Stephen checking in from Simi Valley, California. And there's Bob. Hello from Bob in Michigan. Tank, good morning, Steve. Happy hump day. A cool 40 degrees, windy here in Gallup, New Mexico. We're headed over to Santa Rosa, then back to Fontana, California once again. Then finally, we'll head back toward the home 20. Everybody have a blessed day. All right. Lou says, good morning, Steve, from Central Pennsylvania. And everyone out here trucking in the good old USA. All right. Gilligan, morning, Steve, fellow listeners. We are clear, 48 degrees, the Speedway in Martinsville, Virginia tonight. Keep its shiny side up, drivers. Who we got? All right, Uncle Chops in the house. Forgot to put that part in. That's all right. Good to have you with us, Uncle Chops. Russell, morning, Steve. Hope y'all doing well at the Secret Bunker. 67 degrees. Wow, here in Dayton, Ohio. All you drivers, keep it between the ditches. May God bless you to your destinations safely. And I thank you for keeping this country rolling. As the old television show back in the 1970s, rolling on. Y'all be careful out there listening. Watch your surroundings. Prayers for those who are sick and afflicted. And Steve, have a great night. Thank you so much. Lord Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, 55 degrees. Maryville, Missouri tonight. Starlit skies. The powerful chrome-plated cow truck is back up to the chute, fixing to load 54 heifers for a high-speed trip north to America's Dairyland. Live action continues. Special shout-out to the trucking icon, the Hall of Famer Carolina Monkey Gouger from UPI Parks Livestock. All right, Kevin is on board. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Yes, how about the astronauts? What an adventure it has been, right? Stuck on the space station for 9 months. Butch Wilmore, Sonny Williams, as well as fellow NASA astronaut Nick Hague and the cosmonaut Alexander Gorbunov successfully splashing down in the Dragon capsule off the coast of Tallahassee, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. Splashdowns or water landings, simpler to return to Earth. Hague said he saw a capsule full of grins from ear to ear. The astronauts now head to the Johnson Space Center in Houston for several days of routine health checks before they'll be able to finally get home. Wilmore and Williams left Earth back in June of last year. That test flight that was intended to last for about 9 days had the thruster issues on the Starliner capsule. Calypso, that failed during docking, concerns about the ability to get them home safely. Ultimately, NASA brings that vessel home empty, and they've been there since. NASA also announced that Wilmore and Williams, who are both veteran astronauts and retired Navy test pilots, return on the SpaceX spacecraft instead. All right, so that we've been following this for months and months now. Yeah, got some of the comments from Butch Wilmore this past day as they were venturing back to planet Earth. We'll tell you a bit of what he had to say. Lots to cover. Latest on talks between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin this past day. Plenty of industry headlines and so much more. As always, our number is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with a dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Well, howdy from the Eskimo Mom. On the road again. What's she say? Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Hump Day, Wednesday, whatever day it is. It is the last full day of winter. I almost forgot of you, right? Spring arrives Thursday morning, 5:01 a.m. How about that? 8 days till the Mid-America Truck Show. 33 days till Resurrection Sunday. And 49 days till the May 6th election. Congratulations to the Starliner crew safely making it back to Earth. I've got a Warsaw, Indiana run to start my week off here. Due to my warehouse's shoddy loading, I had to have the load reworked so freight wouldn't be damaged, but I'm out of the yard much later than I wanted to be. It's the challenges of being a truck driver, right? Cloudy, windy, mild, 63 degrees. At the Botkins exit, mile marker 104, I-75. All right. Hello to Jeffrey in Florida. Morning, Steve, and the overnight family. There's Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down and be safe. Kentucky Lucky said, I was hoping for 70 degrees here in Ohio this past day. Fell a little bit short, 67 degrees. And maybe a little snow on Thursday. What? Buckeye Boy checks in from Ellenton, Florida, where it is 64 degrees. How about that? We're almost right where you are. Didn't get out of Atlanta till much later than I wanted. Tried to get a bunch of stuff done before I left. Traffic was horrible. How about that re-entry splashdown of the Dragon spacecraft? What a tremendous achievement by SpaceX, NASA, and Elon Musk's team. I'm taking my 30-minute break, and after which I'm going to get closer to my exit off I-75 to head to Marco Island. Then we'll shut things down and finish up tomorrow. So have a great night, everybody, and be careful. Very good rock pick. Good morning, Steve. Third shift workers, truckers, wise old night owls. 43 with clouds at the Rochester International Airport. Happy Hump Day, all you hardworking Americans, with Steve Summers and the Hot Shot Secret. Hey, we're beginning that slope toward the weekend. Watch out for the other driver. All right, Rod checks in, waiting for the blizzard here in Nebraska. James, welcome home. Astronauts' prayers. God bless Trump and Elon Musk. I mentioned, I guess it was just before they actually departed the space station there, Tuesday afternoon, evening, whatever time it was. Yeah, Butch Wilmore was being interviewed, one of the two stranded for 9 months. He praised Jesus Christ when asked what he learned while stuck in orbit for that extended period of time. He said, quote, "It's bound in my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ." The question is, what your life lessons or takeaway from these 9 months in space? Butch replies, well, I can tell you honestly, my feeling on all of this goes back to my faith. It's bound in my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. He's working out his plan and his purpose throughout all of humanity, and how that plays into our lives is significant and important. And however that plays out, I'm content because I understand that. I understand that he's working in all things. Some things are for the good. Go to Hebrews chapter 11. And some things look to us to be not so good. But it's all working out for his good, for all those that will believe. And that's the answer, he says. Breitbart News reported Will Moore and his fellow astronaut Sonny Williams, of course, launched on that first piloted test of the Starliner in June of last year. 286 days ultimately they ended up spending there, what was supposed to be a 9 or 10-day trip there. So how about that? I think someone mentioned the other night they didn't realize Butch, his profound faith and trust in the Lord. So found that really interesting. But back safely here on the planet Earth now. How about that? All right, phone lines are open. What's on your mind as we roll into a new day? It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Hump Day coming on live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The White House says President Trump and Russian President Putin have agreed to start talks on a limited ceasefire with Ukraine.
The two leaders had a lengthy phone call Tuesday to discuss an end to the war. Trump described the call as very good and productive. He added that many elements of a contract for peace were discussed. The Kremlin said Russia has agreed to a 30-day ceasefire on strikes on Ukraine's energy infrastructure, and a prisoner swap with Ukraine will take place Wednesday. I'm Brian Shook.
The Trump administration has made significant alterations to the Arlington National Cemetery website.
Those changes include removing or hiding content with links related to notable Black, Hispanic, and women veterans buried there. The action is part of a broader effort to eliminate references to diversity, equity, and inclusion issues within the Department of Defense. I'm Katie Gray.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout.
For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality.
700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, underway as we get the new day started here. And also underway, I guess officially, March Madness. With what they call the first four. Two of which were played this past day. Two of which will be played later on this evening. But into the big show with today's two games. Alabama State, who knocked off St. Francis, PA, 70-68. In the second game this past evening, North Carolina, who was surrounded by a bit of controversy for being selected into March Madness, over West Virginia, easily defeated San Diego State. Final in that game was 95-68. All right, 6:40 Eastern this evening, you'll have Mount St. Mary's versus America. Xavier versus Texas a little after 9 o'clock. Again this Wednesday evening. And then all the action begins shortly after the noon hour Thursday. Non-stop action. That's why they call it March Madness. All right, there are some similarities this week to the severe weather setup versus the past weekend, but much like last weekend, this is going to be a big storm coming out of the Rockies. It'll tap into some moisture from the Gulf, and the jet stream winds will give it a lot of boost for severe weather. Not quite as intense as what we saw over the weekend. We're not looking at any sort of a tornado outbreak. Ground level winds also not quite as ferocious at the same time, but there will nonetheless be plenty of winds. A growing risk of thunderstorms that could pack damaging winds and hail. During the overnight tonight, northwest Missouri, eastern Nebraska, much of Iowa could see some stronger storms damaging hail. Now, of course, the tornado setup, as I mentioned, a whole lot less favorable compared to last Friday and Saturday. There will still likely be at least a few tornadoes with this multi-day event, and a few could be strong. Now, looking ahead through later Wednesday and Wednesday night, we're talking portions of Iowa, Illinois, Michigan, Ohio, Indiana, Missouri, Kentucky, down into Tennessee and Mississippi will all be at the risk for severe thunderstorms, including a few tornadoes later Wednesday and Wednesday night. Damaging straight-line winds and hail are the main threats for the day ahead and Wednesday night. All right. There is a secondary storm expected to take shape along an advancing cold front on Thursday. And thunderstorms will erupt rather quickly and could turn severe along portions of the Atlantic coast with that system number 2. Again, the greatest risk will be strong wind gusts, sporadic power outages, and flooding downpours. That's going to slow you down on the roadways there. Meanwhile, industry headlines. Yeah, still dealing with emergencies for various regions. The latest emergency declarations issued in Oklahoma, Mississippi, and Iowa, the result of wildfires, severe weather, and ongoing cases of the bird flu. Oklahoma Emergency Management said more than 400 homes were damaged in that state. You still have the red flag warnings in place with low humidity, dry vegetation. To expedite all efforts of relief, the state of Oklahoma is suspending size and weight permits, as well as the cost and fees of overweight permits required for carriers whose sole purpose is the transportation of materials and supplies for emergency relief and power restoration. All right, certain licensing and registration requirements have also been suspended by the Oklahoma order, which is in effect till April 13 at this point. Mississippi, among the states affected by the tornado outbreak over the past weekend. Under the emergency order signed over the weekend, hours of service requirements are suspended for drivers operating in direct assistance to affected areas. This includes, but is not limited to, the restoration of essential services, as well as the transportation of fuel, propane, and other essential products. All right, the bird flu remains an issue in the state of Iowa, as well as other regions around the country. 2 bird flu emergency orders are still in effect, including one in Buena Vista County. That is in effect through April 13. Provisions pertaining to the hours of service for commercial drivers are suspended by that order, subject to the conditions underlined in that declaration. Size and weight requirements are also waived. Let's see. Additionally, the FMCSA also has extended the regional bird flu emergency from March 7 that relieves commercial vehicles, that remains effective until, at this point, April the 10th. Regional emergencies. 844-844-3388. Rolling into a new day. Sunshine checking here at 64 degrees. As we work our way into a hump day. Eagle trying to get in early tonight. Guess you got a delivery coming up here in fairly short order. What's happening, Eagle?
Yeah. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I got to get in early. I got to deliver this load. Yeah, I told you, Steve, I might be trying to get over to Florida. I got to deliver this load in Florida. Well, I got one stop in Alabama. I'm in Alabama now, and then I got to go to Jacksonville for tomorrow. But, yeah, have you ever been to Homestead, Florida before? Have you ever been there? I've never been there before.
No, I have not. Nope. I've been to Miami a couple of times just to sail out on the cruise ships, but that's about it. Didn't see much.
Yeah, I've never been. I've been to Miami, like I say, but I've never been to home. It's down at the bottom of Florida. So, yeah, hopefully I can get to the race. Trying to see if they got a load headed to Miami after I deliver in Jacksonville tomorrow. So maybe I can get to the race on Sunday. Since I'm in Florida, I'd like to see it, get a chance to go down. So we'll see what happens this weekend. But I don't know nothing right now. But I want to talk about a couple of things tonight, Steve. And I want to say this, man. I've told you this before, talking about Elon Musk and Donald Trump. And what they did today, Steve, that should be, anybody that calls themselves an American should be proud of what they seen. That was one of the most beautiful sights I've seen. I watched it live on YouTube television when that when that spacecraft came back down and landed in the Gulf of America. That's right, the Gulf of America, not Mexico. Anybody don't like it, get the hell out of the country. I'm tired of dealing with those people. But it's called the Gulf of America now, whether you like it or not. But yeah, when that space capsule landed in the Gulf of America, Steve, that was a beautiful sight. When that thing landed, and it was a beautiful day, clear blue skies, the water was beautiful. And then when they ships went out there and picked it up and put it onto the other ship, and when they opened the doors of that thing, and those 4 astronauts came out, that was a proud moment for me to be an American, to see these people come back and get back on the ground. Because at one point I thought they might not make it back, Steve. I remember I called you and told you that. And if it would have been up to Joe Biden, Steve, if it would have been up to Joe Biden, they'd still be up there in space. If Kamala Harris would have got elected, they didn't get done a damn thing to get those people back because they didn't want to work with Elon Musk. Elon Musk was the only man capable of getting these people the hell back on the ground again. And Joe Biden wasn't smart enough to even associate with a man like Elon Musk to even get he basically stranded those people up in space, Steve. It's a damn shame what Biden did to those people. But they back on ground, and hopefully Donald Trump will invite all 4 of them to the White House as soon as they is capable of making their way to the White House, and they deserve a national day of honor, as far as I'm concerned, for what they've been through. Anybody who spent over 200 days and stranded in space deserves to go a trip straight to the White House, and I'm sure Donald Trump will be the first one to be glad to shake their hand. Him and Elon Musk, both of them perform miracles, Steve. In less than 2 months, America is totally changing around, Steve. We're seeing the gas prices going down in America, food prices going down, businesses coming back, car companies are coming back, Nissan building plants in the USA, employing Americans. This is what Donald Trump said he was going to do, Steve, making America great again. I felt like there was a black cloud over me for the last 4 years, Steve, with Biden in the White House. It felt like a black cloud was following me around, the whole damn USA for 4 years. And now we got rid of that cloud, and now we got clear skies, and Donald Trump is making America great again. He's getting these people out of the country. You know, Steve, anybody that supports what that judge did, these people were some of the most dangerous individuals walking on planet Earth in the United States of America. These Trinity Aragua people and these other gangs, the MS-13 gangs and all these people were right here in America, Steve, terrorizing American people. And now the people in America can feel safe knowing that 200 or 300 of these individuals are no longer on the streets of America, and they're in the jail where they belong, and then hopefully they'll never get out. Because and Joe, like I said, Joe Biden, he should never show his face again, Steve, and I mean never, in public, for what he did to America for 4 years. Joe Biden should never show his face again, because he blatantly allowed the border to be open to allow dangerous individuals into this country. He did nothing to try to stop it. He let the economy go completely flat. Jobs come in, illegals come in. You got so many illegals, you don't know what the number of these people is. They're still rounding people up as we speak right now. They may never be able to round them all up. What he did to this country is a shame. But you know something, Steve? I remember a couple of months ago, Barron Trump, when he was at that funeral, he whispered something into Joe Biden's ear, and Joe Biden had a very sick look on his face. And I think I know what Barron told him now. He screwed himself with this so-called pen that they got, electronic pen. All these so-called pardons, Donald Trump is making it real clear that some of these pardons that was released in Joe Biden's final days might not be as good as they think they are. And some of these people who think that they scot-free might be thinking wrong, such as Dr. Fauci and the January 6 people. Those people better be looking over their back, because Donald Trump probably got people investigating them as we speak right now. And that's exactly what they should be doing. And because these people committed all kind of crimes, Steve, while they was in the White House. And, you know, this judge, right quick before I hang up with you, this judge that was trying to have the airliners turned around, I learned some interesting facts about him that people might want to know. What a surprise, Steve. he's a Democrat. What a surprise that he has a daughter that benefits from these illegals coming into the country. What a big surprise that this bogus judge is affiliated with dirty dealing, just like the one up there in New York. So, like I said, Donald Trump did exactly what he was supposed to do when that judge gave him the order to turn them planes around. And I'm in this on the final words of what that man in El Salvador said, the man who runs that prison system down in Seco, what he said to the judge when the judge told him that he did something wrong. He said, "Too bad they're in my custody now." And I thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, he said, "Oopsie. Sorry about that. They're already here." All right. Well, yes, as we continue to round up, I think the announcement here a few days ago, since Trump took office, it was over 33,000, I think. Was that the number? Yeah, about 33,000. Now, we had, over that 4 years, depending on who you ask, somewhere close to 10 million illegally entered the country. Yeah, no, they're never going to round them all up. But they are looking for the worst individuals primarily to start things off. Rounding up, as you said, the Tren de Aragua, the MS-13, the drug dealers, the rapists, the murderers. A video this past day of one such individual. And she's all broke up in tears. Can't believe she's being sent out of the country. But she was one that was actually pushing the deadly fentanyl, killing people in this country. Yeah, this was in Philadelphia. Again, she had prior drug trafficking convictions, and she was not happy about it. Officials with ICE, the U.S. Marshals Service, the BATF, joined forces to nab the suspected individual, 36-year-old Virginia Gonzalez, originally from the Dominican Republic. But her rap sheet included convictions for attempted possession with intent to distribute fentanyl and aiding and abetting. She was previously removed from the U.S. and re-entered without admission by an immigration official. But images show the moments authorities caught the woman, wearing gray sweatpants and a black shirt, seemed to be extremely upset about being arrested. Of course, social media posting comments on some of the photos. One said, "Now talk about all the families that have wept and sobbed over their loved ones that have died due to overdoses from the drugs that she sold." Yeah, I got nothing to say about the picture other than adios, says another. June of 2019, she had been charged with attempted possession with intent to distribute 40 grams or more of fentanyl. March of 2020, pleading guilty to the charges against her, sentenced to just over 12 months confinement and 4 years of supervised release. They also noted that in October of 2020, they removed her back to the Dominican Republic. They had issued her a notice of intent to reinstate final order of removal on March 12 of that same day. He obtained a federal arrest warrant and a criminal complaint from the magistrate and turned her over to the Marshals Service. Of course, the news is President Trump wants to expand the ICE detention capacity so they can accommodate more criminal illegals. Now, the most recent numbers from last week, and these numbers date back to, I believe, from January 20th to March the 10th, so just over a week ago, ICE has arrested about 33,000, including thousands of gang members and terrorists. In a briefing last Wednesday, ICE officials said agents had arrested about 33,000 across the country, surpassing the 33,000 at-large arrests of illegal aliens that they made under the former administration, Joe Biden, in the entire fiscal year of 2024. Spanning less than 2 months, they also outpaced the number of criminal illegal aliens that Biden's ACE agency arrested. 32,000 were taken into custody during the entire fiscal year of 2024 under Joe. Of those arrested, more than 1,000 were suspected gang members, far more than the 483 gang members arrested in the same time last year. 39 were suspected terrorists. One ICE official said the arrests were made through the 287G program, where local law enforcement contract with ICE to keep the illegals off their streets, at large arrest, and at the criminal alien program. Now, right now, let's see, while Congress has funded about 47,000 beds to hold illegals in custody, they said that they're maxed out and they need more space, a critical component of immigration enforcement. We're working with Congress to get more beds, according to a senior ICE official. They're looking to massively expand detention space, but they have to have the funding from Congress. Going forward, you're going to see the bed space increase and releases go by the wayside. Now, still unclear is the total number of deportations of illegals since Trump took office in late January. When asked about that number, the senior ICE official said he did not have it in front of him, but said these efforts are stronger and higher than we've ever seen before.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
All right, rolling into a brand new day. Trust your week's going well. Hump Day, as we like to refer to it. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. Yeah, we often discuss the regulations, the burdensome regulations impacting the drivers out there. And we also have pushed, if you've got things going on that you don't like, do you ever really try to do anything about it? More than just complain when you're sitting at the diner over a cup of coffee with a fellow driver. There are things you can do. I'm going to give more details next hour. Of course, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, their government affairs team, working constantly to relay the truck drivers' needs to lawmakers in D.C. But even they point out that the message is even stronger when it comes directly from a truck driver. Last week, Matthew Bradley, a board member and company driver from Benton Harbor, Michigan, spent the day in D.C. doing just that, meeting with several members of the House and the Senate. So, coming up here, we'll tell you what they discussed. I know our old pal there, Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, can attest to that. Going to D.C., it does make a difference. Carolina Monkey Gouch has been there more than one occasion, as has Steve Summers, Big Ed, and many others. But what they discuss, all that coming up just ahead, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says negotiations with Hamas will now only take place under fire.
This comes after Israel broke a ceasefire with a Palestinian militant group by launching strikes early Tuesday. Matt Bradley reports from Tel Aviv.
Israel's defense minister said, quote, "We resumed fighting in Gaza due to Hamas's refusal to release the hostages and threats to Israelis." Adding, if Hamas does not release all the hostages, the gates of hell will open in Gaza.
The ceasefire had lasted for nearly 2 months. Gaza's health ministry says the latest attacks have killed more than 400 people and injured hundreds more. I'm Lisa Taylor.
The White House says President Trump and Russian President Putin have agreed to start talks on a limited ceasefire with Ukraine.
The two leaders had a lengthy phone call Tuesday to discuss an end to the war. In a post on Truth Social, Trump described the call as very good and productive. He added that many elements of a contract for peace were discussed. The Kremlin said Russia has agreed to a 30-day ceasefire on strikes on Ukraine's energy infrastructure, and a prisoner swap with Ukraine will take place Wednesday. I'm Brian Shook.
The Republican Congressional Committee is out with their list of seats they think they could flip for next year's election, and 2 of those are in Texas. Rice University political analyst Mark Jones says they are both on the border with Mexico, where the GOP has been gaining ground.
Have to see if that support continues throughout the Trump administration or whether some of the policies that Donald Trump is pursuing alienates some South Texas voters.
He predicts big bucks will be pumped into the border towns of Brownsville and Laredo, trying to turn them red. Last election, Congressman Vicente Gonzalez and Henry Cuellar both won their races by just a few percentage points. In the case of Cuellar, he still has a federal bribery indictment hanging above his head. At the closing bell, the Dow lost 260 points, S&P 500 fell 60, NASDAQ dropped 304. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Minnesota Democratic Governor Tim Walz is criticizing Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer for supporting a measure to prevent a government shutdown, saying it gives in to Republicans. The move has sparked backlash from Democrats.
I think you should have made Donald Trump justify why things were getting so bad.
Walz had planned to appear on Gavin Newsom's podcast, but their conversation was recorded again on Monday to address more recent developments, including Schumer's decision to avert a government shutdown by voting to advance a Republican funding bill. Walz warned Newsom that Democrats might face blame for any negative outcomes stemming from the decision. On the Senate floor before Friday's vote on the spending bill, Schumer called it bad but said a government shutdown would be worse. The biological mother of the Connecticut House of Horrors victim held captive by his stepmother is speaking out.
She spoke exclusively and anonymously with NBC4 Connecticut, saying bluntly,
"She could rot in hell."
The 56-year-old stepmother, Kimberly Sullivan, is charged with kidnapping, assault, and unlawful imprisonment. The 32-year-old man told police he set fire to her Waterbury house last month to get their attention. He was 5'9" and weighed just 68 pounds after his stepmom allegedly held him captive in a locked room for 20 years.
She needs to actually spend the rest of her life in solitary confinement and fed 2 cups of water a day.
Kimberly Sullivan is pleading not guilty. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
A galactic prize awaits participating Grand National competitors. In the meantime, it's punch and cookies as we roll the red carpet for our new neighbors and friends. Now that we're secure in our new headquarters building, the NTPA is on the move. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. After our series of Banquet and Champions reports, we've got some catching up to do on the groundbreaking news that the NTPA is making that will supercharge the pulling experience for spectators, competitors, promoters, and sponsors. The tallest wave comes from the launch of the Galaxy Tour incentive program. Open to any Grand National competitor, the Galaxy Tour provides an opportunity to pull in every open entry GN points class for special bonus money and to receive a multitude of additional benefits. These include accommodations and tickets to the December Awards Banquet in Orlando, Florida, and hero card packages to distribute to fans. Pullers should check out the Galaxy Tour article at ntpapull.com or the newsletter article in their email this coming week. Sign-ups close on April 4th, so pullers, join the Galaxy Tour soon. A reminder to all members, the deadline for the middle rate to renew your driver license and vehicle registration is coming up on March 31st. Visit ntpa.tracksideapp.com to log in and get that paperwork out of the way. The NTPA also bade farewell to our leased space on the north side of Columbus, Ohio, and open up shop at our newly renovated headquarters building at 1299 Campbell Road in Marion, Ohio, 43302. If you have a mind to correspond with us or pay us a visit, that's where to find us. More on one such opportunity in a minute. Among the advantages to the new location is plentiful space to house a new multimedia studio to get the NTPA's message to the public. FullPoll.live remains our live streaming partner with midweek programming of its own, and this new facility will be the locale from which additional content originates in the coming years. We'll also have a dedicated year-round merchandise shop for enthusiasts to peruse during business hours. As always, you can check in on the inventory at shopntpa.com. It took 4 semi-trailer loads to haul the NTPA's operations the approximately 50 miles up US 23 from our old base to our new one. Included among the belongings, file cabinets. So many file cabinets. Our slides, photos, negatives, and video cassettes from 54 years of tractor pulling. Plus magazines, event programs, and documents whose contents were significant to the organization's foundation and perpetuation. Yours truly is humbled to serve our membership as the association's archivist, and I pledge to treat these materials with the respect they deserve and have begun to work toward making them accessible to fans of championship pulling. Already ready to view and experience is our Hall of Fame, whose nearly 100 plaques now adorn the longest hallway in our headquarters complex. And if you're in the Marion area on Saturday, April 12th, stop by and see us. Sponsors, local dignitaries, and of course NTPA members are explicitly invited to this open house from noon to 5 p.m. following our in-person entry clerk school. We'll take a detailed look at our ever-expanding corporate partnerships and our national and member state event schedules in coming weeks as we ramp up to the 2025 championship pulling season. Fasten that 5-point harness, it'll get here fast. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
I guess that kind of explains. I was kind of wondering. I knew the NTPA season was underway, but we hadn't been receiving our updates. Mr. Dunlap each week. They're back. It's because they were in the process of the big move. So now in the new headquarters, really we're in the early stages of a big pull-in season getting underway. Of course, much of which will be sponsored by Hot Shot Secrets. We will have an opportunity to interview, have a chat with some of those pullers, and I think we may even have a couple of the tractors in our booth there in Louisville coming up next week. Yeah, that's right. It's Hump Day, Wednesday morning. So we will be here live next Wednesday morning, but Wednesday night, Thursday morning will be a recorded show, because technically my Thursday workday will be live from the show in Louisville. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, we will be there at our booth in the North Wing. Hopefully you'll get a chance to stop by, say hello. As the case has been the last couple of years, between 11 and 4, Thursday and Friday, I'll be doing the live thing, so I'll be behind the microphone. Yeah, a lot of folks swing by, but I don't really have any opportunity to stand up, shake hands, and have a conversation because I'm doing one interview after another. So before 11 a.m., and of course I'll have, the show doesn't close down till 6 there on Thursday and Friday, is that correct? Yeah. Yeah, now Saturday's the shorter day. Doors open at 9 a.m., and the show pretty much wraps up 4 o'clock Saturday afternoon. We'll be recording live, broadcasting live from 10 till 3 that day, so looking forward to seeing some old friends, maybe some new. Meanwhile, as we kick things off here for hour number 2, the conversation taking place, Russian President Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump, the U.S. President this past day, discussing some sort of a ceasefire. Stop hitting each other's energy infrastructure for 30 days, and gave kind of a corresponding order to the Russian military. Putin agreed to that. And now Trump and Putin held that lengthy phone conversation as the White House pushes for Russia to sign off on their 30-day ceasefire proposal, ultimately aimed at ending this Russian invasion of Ukraine. Today, President Trump and President Putin spoke about the need for peace and a ceasefire in the Ukraine war. Both leaders agreed this needs to end, this conflict. According to the statement from the White House, they also stressed the need for improved bilateral relations between the U.S. and Russia. The blood and treasure that both Ukraine and Russia have been spending in this war would be better spent on the needs of their respective people. Now, again, the White House statement, this conflict should never have started and should have been ended long ago with sincere and good faith peace efforts. The leaders agreed that the movement to peace will begin with an energy and infrastructure ceasefire, as well as technical negotiations on implementing a maritime ceasefire in the Black Sea. Ultimately, full ceasefire and permanent peace. These negotiations will begin immediately in the Middle East. They spoke broadly about the Middle East as a region of potential cooperation to prevent future conflicts. They also discussed the need to stop proliferation of strategic weapons and will engage with others to ensure the broadest possible application. The two leaders shared the view that Iran should never be in a position to destroy Israel. The two leaders agreed that a future with an improved bilateral relationship between the U.S. and Russia has huge upside. Enormous economic deals, geopolitical stability, when peace has been achieved. Ukrainian officials last week agreed to the American proposal during talks in Saudi Arabia, led by Marco Rubio. Ukrainian President Zelensky, however, remains skeptical that Putin is ready for peace as Russian forces continue to pound Ukraine. So it's been a dramatic shifting U.S.-Russia relationships. Trump has quickly worked to end this conflict as a top priority, even at the expense of straining ties with other longtime American allies that want Putin to pay a price for this invasion. All right, leaders around the world, the whole world is watching. All right, they said they've already begun discussing dividing up certain assets between Russia and Ukraine as part of the deal to end the conflict. I've seen discussions of actually recognizing Crimea that Russia took back in 2014 as officially Russian territory. Where this is all going to go, I can't tell you, but at least we're making some progress. Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt said, I would say maybe we're on the 10-yard line of peace. We've never been closer to a peace deal than we are in this moment. And President Trump is determined to get this done. After the disastrous meeting at the White House with Zelensky, as we know, Trump temporarily cut off some military intelligence sharing and aid to Ukraine. That was restored after last week. The Ukrainians signed off on the 30-day ceasefire proposal. So, strong leadership makes a difference. We'll see where it goes, but that's where the big talks took place this past day. It is 844-844-3388. Well, good morning to Daryl. How the heck are you, Daryl?
Good morning, Steve. How's the family and how's Stryker?
We're all doing just fine. Kind of counting down the days to the big show next week.
I'll be there. I'm leaving Thursday morning, I think, and traveling down and going to be there probably Thursday and Friday. About 5 years ago or so, they had Ford had a contest of some kind, and me and my son won $100, and then Progressive gave out some nice gloves.
Yes.
And I always enjoy just talking to some of the men and walking around and seeing the new equipment. It's quite a show.
It is.
And I enjoy walking outside and seeing some of those fancy trucks all dressed up. Those guys spend a lot of money on those trucks.
Yeah, we're keeping our fingers crossed. That we have some good weather next week. I haven't seen anything more about. They had been saying a couple of weeks ago we might see this big cold snap there at the end of March. I said no. Typical highs would be like in the low to mid 60s. Yeah, for next week there in the Louisville area. So, yeah, I'll take that if we can get that.
March is a fooler. I mean, this week I wore a coat and jacket, and today I was just wearing a T-shirt.
Yep.
It's an up and down situation. I was glad to see the astronauts come back to Earth today. That must have been quite a trip. Were there 4 people in that little, look like an upside down bell?
Yes, that is correct. 4 people. That's a pretty tight space in there, huh?
I would say that's a little crowded. I wouldn't want anybody to sneeze while we were coming down. I was in the hospital for about 9 hours here a while back, and when I got out, I couldn't walk. I mean, laying there for 9 hours.
Well, I was trying. Let me see there if I can get that back there. I was pulling up the forecast there for Louisville, and I think my little computer system said, that's too much. You're overloading things. So right now, if the forecast holds true, the current breakdown for next Thursday, first day of the show, is like a high of 58 degrees. A little chilly in the morning with like 37. Then they're showing Friday and Saturday forecast highs about 70 degrees. Now that'd be beautiful. All right, welcome back, Daryl.
That's nice. We can walk outside and see the big new trucks. They say there's going to be a show or a parade of trucks.
They typically do the parade around the perimeter around the convention center, that big long lot. They all, when the sun's going down, they turn on all the lights, and that's a pretty. And they all blow their train horns, and it's a sight to behold. Yeah.
Man, I bet you the little kids enjoy that. They always enjoy hearing those air horns. Well, I'll let you go. I still use that Gas Extreme and that F-150, and it purrs like a kitten running down the road. 210,000 miles on it. I highly recommend it.
All right. Well, we'll see you there at the Hot Shot Secret booth next week there, Thursday, Friday. And all right, so it sounds like morning lows. Yeah, you're going to need your jacket. It's going to be very, very cool. The forecast is like morning lows like 37 degrees for Thursday, Wednesday night, Thursday morning. Yeah, warming up to about 58. So that's a cool day. I mean, it could be worse, but then just jacket weather for Friday and Saturday. Now, as far as precip, we're way too far out to have any clue there. But all right, back to I mentioned actually getting involved in trying to make changes in your industry. The Matthew Bradley, the board member, visiting D.C. last week. He visited the offices of Senators Gary Peters, Eliza Slotkin, Representative John James, Brad Knott, Nellie Poe, Greg Stanson, some of these Republicans, some of these Democrats. He said, the main thing I wanted to do was address them from a driver's point of view. Bradley says, I've been driving a truck for more than a decade. I wanted to get across that they were talking to a real driver who can explain some of the problems to you, using his time to discuss lack of truck parking, truck drivers being denied restroom access at shipper and receiver facilities, the lack of overtime wages, all things that are being discussed in D.C. as we speak. More right after this.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Doc's Diesel's your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
So, of course, in D.C., the lack of truck parking. It's a nationwide issue we've been talking about for years. Since 2020, Representative Bost of Illinois has sponsored the Truck Safety Improvement Act that would dedicate like $755 million to expand truck parking capacity. As Congress tries to put together a highway bill this legislative session. It's a good opportunity for Bost's bill to maybe actually reach the finish line. Bradley let lawmakers know what the problem means to truck drivers, noting that it's a safety issue for the general public as well. Plus, he explained that cities and states lose on sales tax revenue when truck drivers don't have a place to park that offers access to businesses. He said a lot of light bulbs went on when I told him that. Okay. Another problem he relayed to lawmakers, the lack of restroom access that truckers often face. In recent years, drivers frequently have been told they can't use the restrooms at shipper and receiver facilities. Representative Troy Nehls of Texas, of course, introduced the Trucker Bathroom Access Act in the previous congressional session. He's expected to reintroduce that measure in this session soon. All right. This bill, of course, requiring shipper and receiver facilities that have existing restrooms to make them available for truck drivers if they're delivering or receiving a load. It would not require businesses to construct new restrooms. But Bradley said some of these representatives were actually surprised this was a problem. Now, he said this is a problem for all truckers, but especially on issues for my sister truckers, the females. Then you've got the Got Truckers Act. All the way back in 1938, the Fair Labor Standards Act included that provision that exempted carriers from having to pay truck drivers overtime. Now, 90 years later, nearly, most of you still don't receive any extra compensation despite routinely working well over 40 hours a week. Here just a few weeks ago, Representative Van Drew introduced the Guaranteeing Overtime for Truckers Act on the House side. Senator Alex Padilla sponsored the measure on the Senate side. He explained that this would force shippers and receivers to value a truck driver's time. The idea, according to OIDA, is whether through an in-person visit, it could be an email, it could be a phone call. We encourage the drivers out there, make a connection with your representatives, local, state, or the national level. I mean, as a truck driver, you're the expert on the issues that affect your profession. Bryce Mongian is the Director of Legislative Affairs. Only an extremely small number of lawmakers have any sort of experience, direct experience linked to trucking at all. And that's just one of the reasons it is so important to connect with them. Yeah, by sharing your expertise, you help them truly understand the issues that matter most to truckers. All right, and that can indeed inspire them to do something about it. Now, a good place to start is the Fighting for Truckers website. Via that website, there are links. You can connect with your lawmakers. You can pretty much, enter a zip code, find out who your representative or senator is, and they have advice and some platforms where you can share comments, emails, phone messages to do your part. All right, Knucklebuster coming up following our bottom of the hour news break here, and plenty of room for you. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says negotiations with Hamas will now only take place under fire.
This comes after Israel broke a ceasefire with the Palestinian militant group by launching strikes early Tuesday. The ceasefire had lasted for nearly 2 months. Gaza's health ministry says the latest attacks have killed more than 400 people and injured hundreds more. I'm Lisa Taylor.
The Republican Congressional Committee is out with their list of seats they think they could flip for next year's election, and 2 of those are in Texas. Rice University political analyst Mark Jones says they are both on the border with Mexico.
Have to see if that support continues throughout the Trump administration or whether some of the policies that Donald Trump is pursuing alienate some South Texas voters.
He predicts big bucks will be pumped into the border towns of Brownsville and Laredo, trying to turn them red. Last election, Congressman Vicente Gonzalez and Henry Kuehler both won their races by just a few percentage points. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer signups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. We said hello to Buckeye Boy a little bit earlier, but he was talking about March Madness. He said, I'm not motivated to do any brackets this year, even though I've done them through a group that my cousin, who was a wonderful pastor for many years, he would set them up every year. He unexpectedly passed away over the summer, a massive heart attack, which he talked about on the show when it happened. He said the loss of spiritual knowledge, guidance through his daily writings is profoundly missed. But his passion for college basketball this time of year, it was legendary for those that knew him. Pastor Tom Swartzwelder is walking the halls of glory, and we're thinking of you. All right, Tapeworm checking in from Scottsboro, Alabama. Getting loaded up with some hazmat roofing, headed to St. Louis, Missouri. Rubber Duck, good morning from beautiful downtown LaPorte. So I guess you made it out of Chicago, huh? Yeah, trucks are so much fun. Mine's down for a coolant line. All right. Roki. Good morning, Roki. I guess he's sharing a link here to a study that had just come out. I'll have to pull that up, maybe share it with you. But in 2024, last year, over 2,000 large truck crashes in Ohio, just the state of Ohio, caused deaths or injuries. According to a Bowling Green State University professor arguing that low trucker pay is a key risk factor, linking it directly to safety issues. Okay, we'll pull that up here. Hey, there's Philip. Good morning from Florida. I guess he'll be checking in a bit. What do you say, Knuckle Buster?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Yeah, everybody's overworked and underpaid, right?
That's for sure.
I know that's right there. Well, I'm riding around tonight in a pair of cargo shorts and a T-shirt, and I'm not coming up out of Louisville. It's too cold for me. I'm not getting my winter gear back out. So,
it sounds like it's going to...
I ain't never been to...
70 degrees ain't too bad. This might be the year you want to come up there, Knuckle Buster.
Yeah, Tennessee ain't going to ride with me, so I'll just have to skip again this year there. Well, did you mention something on one of the emails about a 70s show called Rolling On? I thought that show was called Moving On.
Was it Moving On? I don't know. That was one of our friends that posted. I can't who, but Moving On?
Yeah, it was Merle Haggard song. Merle Haggard wrote the theme song to that Moving On. Big wheels rolling, keep on rolling, moving on. White line is the lifeline to a nation. There you go. He wrote the theme song to that. It was with, I never forgot who it was. Two truck drivers. One of them was an old truck driver, and the other one was a college-educated idiot there. Right? It was his co-driver there. So, well, I read where old ZZ Top's drummer, Frank Beard, had to leave the tour, Steve, to address some health issues.
Oh, yeah?
You reckon he's getting old like the rest of us?
Well, that would be affirmative, yeah. I mean, of course, they lost one of their, which was the one that passed away last year? Was it Billy Gibbons?
Well, one of them from the Eagles passed away last year, too, I think, didn't it? Something like that. Vince Gill took his spot on the tour. So
Yep.
I don't know if Vince is still doing it, though. But Vince is an excellent guitar player. So I read today where the Social Security is going to require in-person identity checks for new and existing recipients. So, hey, ain't that a novel idea? You got to prove who you are.
Yeah, and I saw. I don't think I printed that story up, but I was kind of reading through it, and I guess a lot of I guess you can go online and try to just fill out a form or whatever to say who you are, but all the information you're giving, they're saying, is available in the public domain. So anybody, I mean, I guess I could go in on that website and say, yeah, my name is Knucklebuster, and this is my SS number, and blah, 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 and claim benefits.
Yeah. Well, there's 26 different people. I think there's 26 letters in the alphabet, right? Yeah, if I remember correctly. There's 26 people got the same Social Security number as you do, and it starts with A, and then whatever, and then all the way to Z, and then whatever. So, I mean, it don't take much to figure it out, right?
Mm-hmm.
But, if I mentioned two names of towns, would you know where they were at?
It could, well, maybe in one state, but you could name a town, and it might be in 10 different states.
Columbus and Milford.
There's a Columbus, Ohio, and there's
heard of those two things?
There's a Milford, Ohio. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a Columbus, Indiana.
Yeah. Oh, well. This load I got on tonight is going to Columbus, Ohio, and Milford, Ohio. Oh, wait a minute. There's a note underneath it. It says, take to Nashville Yard and drop off and return with another load. Well, I ain't coming to see you, Steve. I got close, but I ain't going to come see you this trip.
Yeah, Milford is like a suburb of Cincinnati, so that's Milford's pretty close.
Yeah, well, I could have come saw you, but they won't let me go that far, so I'll have to just wait when. Oh, and I brought another load of beer into Memphis this morning too. So, but it wasn't Miller Lite. It was them damn Modelo's. I don't even know why anybody want to drink that mess, right?
Uh-huh.
Huh? Well, I'm going to cut it loose here,
All right. Well, hey, good to hear from you.
We'll keep listening.
All right. You got us dialed in there. All right. So, yeah, we're all getting older. ZZ Top's management. I had not seen that. I guess that came out yesterday. Frank Beard, the drummer, stepping away from the tour right now to attend to a health issue requiring his focus in the near term. Okay, Beard, along with Billy Gibbons and Elwood Francis. Right now on the Elevation Tour that just started on March 5th, have engaged fellow Texan and longtime Tech member, percussionist and drummer John Douglas to be filling in. Mr. Douglas has maintained a close relationship with Beard and the bandmates, having served with the group in the past. He's looking forward to a speedy recovery, so that's not the first time that health concerns has affected the band and its members. 2021, it was Dusty Hill. That's the one that suddenly passed away. Sudden death, so. All right, so they are, with each passing day. All right, we've got 844-3388. I talked earlier in the week about the horrific crash that occurred there in Austin, Texas. By now, most of you, I presume, have seen the video that has been shared numerous times. I shared that over the weekend as well, where another truck driver was on the scene and had stopped and knew there were fatalities involved and approached and tried to address the driver of a truck that had caused this crash. And I guess word is kind of getting out on more of a national. We've talked ad nauseum, especially in recent weeks, about the lack of English reading and speaking ability of more and more truck drivers out there. But apparently most of the general populace are clueless to that. Yet most people out there believe it is still, you can't get a CDL without being able to read or speak English. That's the mindset, and that's being brought out by some of the comments from people that are now hearing this story. CDL Life, I believe it was yesterday, shared that heartless would be an understatement to describe the intoxicated truck driver that killed 5 over the weekend on Interstate 35 in Texas. Yes, 37-year-old Solomon Araya is in custody for causing a 17-car pileup, resulting in multiple deaths and life-threatening injuries. But what infuriated many online users was how he could barely speak English and actually showed no empathy whatsoever for taking people's lives. Hired by ZBN Transport LLC, which is apparent by the logo on the semi he was driving, many believe it is appalling that the company would hire someone as incompetent in English as Araya. If they had any clue that, hell, it could be 30, 40%. What do you think the numbers are out there in this day and age that are pretty much the same as this guy? One says, I cannot believe he's allowed to drive a truck. He can barely speak English or understand it, said one. Another says, anyone that drives on the road should be able to speak English, especially in a commercial 18-wheeler. So dangerous. People also pointed out how the truck driver was wearing flip-flops, which is unprofessional and likely a safety hazard for someone handling a massive truck. Many also questioned if he's even legal. But what's most infuriating is how he didn't even seem to care one bit about the chaos he had caused. As the other truck driver approached him and said, they're effing dead, bro. And as he was recording the guy, and he didn't even, I don't know if he understood what he meant. The one recording had to tell this guy multiple times that people just died in this pileup you did. But he was unfazed, no emotion, no expression of like, what? Are you kidding me? None of that. He just kind of mumbled, walking away. Another commenting via Reddit said he even tried to flee the scene and had to be restrained by bystanders until the police arrived. They concluded that, not at all innocent or accidental behavior this past Friday. Another points out that this guy actually had a pending court date in Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas, for speeding, specifically doing 63 in a 30-mile-per-hour zone. One commenter said, this is 10,000% on the company that hired this guy, referencing ZBN Transportation. They should have never let this guy operate a semi. While ZBN might not be guilty of the deaths or the injuries of these people, they should indeed be held responsible for hiring such a careless, reckless person. I don't know if it's going to get enough mainstream media coverage for people to kind of wake up and maybe begin pushing and referencing, contacting lawmakers. There are those that are proposing, get back to enforcing the damn rule that's in the Green Book, the FMCSA regulations, that if you cannot speak or read the English language enough to communicate with law enforcement and first responders, or in this case, in an accident scene, you don't get a CDL. We'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Doc's Diesel's your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. I don't know the answer to the question, but just can't help but wonder if this individual may have been in that same category. Cannot read the English. In California, Highway Patrol issued a citation for the driver who allegedly ignored the road closure signs, only to get stuck in the Lake Tahoe area. According to the social media post from the Highway Patrol South Lake Tahoe, a commercial driver intentionally drove past the road closed sign and got stuck in the switchbacks of State Route 89 in Emerald Bay. The Highway Patrol said the driver was indeed cited and earned himself a very hefty tow bill. They used the truck driver's bad day as a reminder to others that driving around a road closed sign is extremely dangerous, not to mention illegal. But if you don't know what the sign says, round you go. All right, the Wilcom family announced the transfer of ownership of a Wisconsin truck stop to a large travel center chain. The Wilcom family announced that the Racine Petro truck stop Let's see, in Sturtevant, Wisconsin, the TA Truck Service and the Blue Badger Bar and Grill are under the ownership of TA Petro Corporate, effective today, March 19. The transfer of ownership allows Michael and Jim Wilcom to focus on other businesses they own, according to the family in a letter this past day. They owned and managed the truck stop since 1993. In 1999, they became a Petro franchisee and added an Iron Skillet restaurant and a Petro Lube, which is now a TA Truck Service. The Blue Badger Bar and Grill was added in 2020. We've been through many changes at this location. Want to thank you for your business and your support over the last 32 years. We will miss our employees, customers, and vendors that we've partnered with over the years, but again, now under the corporate ownership. So I guess it'll still be there, just not your family-owned franchisee operation. Eagle had some comments as well in regards to the truck driver there in Austin, Texas last Friday that ultimately killed 5. And there were several others with life-threatening injuries that were hospitalized in that crash.
Yeah, it's big news in Texas, Steve. When I was there over the weekend, I forgot what day it was. I think it was Friday, the Saturday, late at night when it happened, like 11 or something. It wasn't in the daytime when it happened at night, and it's all over the news. This driver that was driving that truck, he's in some serious trouble.
Oh, yeah.
Him and his company, after he killed 5 people, and like you say, I seen the video you talking about where the guy was trying to tell him, and then he even tried to. Then you said that he even tried to make his way off. Before the police got there, he tried to run away. So, yeah, this guy is in some serious trouble. It's really sad, that they got these type of people on the road right now, Steve. Some things that got to be done, But I want to say something that I forgot to ask you last night. I think I've talked to truck drivers like this about over the years, Steve. Now, I don't know if you go into truck stops very often, but okay, they say that they say that it's illegal to have alcohol in a commercial vehicle, beer, liquor, whatever. But guess what? When you walk into any truck stop, a TA, Petro, Pilot, Blind J, and any other name you want to name, guess what they sell in that truck stop? They sell beer and alcohol. Now, I want to ask you, the last time I checked, when I've stood in line behind people buying beer, when you purchasing that beer, they don't ask you if you're driving a truck or if you're driving a car. They just sell you the beer. Now, who's to say that guy, he's not in the store buying a 12-pack of Budweiser or 24 of them, and he go out to the truck and he decide he want to drink all 12 of them or 24 beers or whatever he purchased, and then he decide to get on the road after he drink that beer. Now, it seems to me that these truck stops are hypocrites, Steve, because, see, if they really took it serious about selling alcohol, they wouldn't sell alcohol in the truck stop. They can make money in other venues. They got grocery stores. They got gas stations. They got other venues. As far as I'm concerned, alcohol should not be sold in a truck stop because that's the most dangerous thing that a truck driver can do is get on the road with alcohol or drugs in his system, as you clearly seen what happened to this old boy in Texas. Some people say he might have had drugs. That's even worse if he was doing drugs. But you can go to any truck stop, Steve, and back in the old days, back in the 90s and late 2000s, you can go to West Memphis, Arkansas. It's known for buy drugs right over the CB radio. Guys selling dope, marijuana, cocaine, you name it. And guess what? People respond to that. And there's actually truck drivers, like you said, that people are in shock that this truck driver didn't speak English. Well, a lot of those people will be in shock to realize that there's truck drivers that also do drugs too, brother. And I ain't talking about no marijuana. I'm talking about the hard, serious stuff.
Right.
And they still getting behind the wheel of these trucks. And so, like I say, I see it on a daily basis, Steve. Something has got to be done they say that the U.S. has got a shortage of truck drivers. I don't care how short we are. I'd rather be short and have truck drivers that are capable and 100% reliable on the road than to just let anybody get behind the wheel of a truck just because he's a warm body. And you see all the dangers of what's going on. Now we got 5 people dead for no reason and numerous injuries because this old boy here shouldn't have never been on the road driving no tractor trailer. And unfortunately, they had to learn the lesson the hard way. So hopefully the government, the DOT, or whoever will listen to these things.
They've got to start addressing the English language proficiency once again as they used to. In regards to the truck stop versus travel center, we got to pause. So we'll come back and pick up there after the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The White House says President Trump and Russian President Putin have agreed to start talks on a limited ceasefire with Ukraine.
The two leaders had a lengthy phone call Tuesday to discuss an end to the war. Trump described the call as very good and productive. He added that many elements of a contract for peace were discussed. The Kremlin said Russia has agreed to a 30-day ceasefire on strikes on Ukraine's energy infrastructure, and a prisoner swap with Ukraine will take place Wednesday. I'm Brian Shook.
The Trump administration is considering giving up U.S. command of NATO operations in Europe. An American four-star general has overseen all NATO military operations in Europe for nearly 75 years. The current general in that role has been the primary commander who oversees support to Ukraine in its war with Russia. A federal judge is indefinitely blocking the shutdown of the U.S. Agency for International Development.
The judge ruled in favor of a group recently fired USAID employees and contractors by granting in part their request for a preliminary injunction. In the order issued Tuesday, the judge said the dismantling of USAID by Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency likely violated the Constitution. The judge ordered Musk and Doge to reinstate access to email and other systems to current USAID employees and also prevented any further action by the Trump administration related to the shuttering of USAID. I'm Lisa Taylor.
2 NASA astronauts are back on planet Earth after a 9-month stay on the International Space Station. NASA spokesman Steve Stitch says there's no specific timeline when Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore will be reunited with their families.
I know they're going to fly back here tonight. They'll probably spend some time rehabilitating a little bit and the docs watching them, and then they'll rejoin their families in the next day or so.
They return to Earth in a SpaceX capsule today, splashing down in the ocean near Florida. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare.
Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Arizona is set to execute a convicted murderer within hours. 53-year-old Aaron Gunches is scheduled to die by lethal injection at the Arizona State Prison Complex in Florence. Gunches was convicted in 2002 for the murder of his then-girlfriend's ex-husband. Organizations throughout Northern California are growing concerned about delays in federal funding.
Heather Perini with Food is Free Bay Area says her group was set to receive $10,000 from a recent funding opportunity, but those monies are frozen.
I'm terrified of the day where we run out of food and we have to turn someone away. I really worry about that, especially with the increased numbers of people coming into our programs.
Perini says the demand for free food in the community has surged. In February alone, more than 500 families came for food assistance. John Summers, USA Radio News.
A Texas midwife has been arrested for allegedly performing illegal abortions.
The Texas Attorney General's office says Maria Margarita Roja operated a network of abortion clinics in Northwest Houston and that she performed illegal abortions. Officials say she also employed unlicensed individuals who posed as licensed medical professionals. Under Texas's anti-abortion law, doctors convicted of performing an illegal abortion face up to life in prison and civil penalties of at least $100,000 per violation. Tony Waterman, Texas.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, from time zone to time zone, we work our way into a Wednesday, 19th day of March, as we cross over the midnight hour in the Mountain Time Zone. So I pulled up the report that Roki had shared with me this past hour. Yes, quite interesting. As we all know, truck driving, one of the most dangerous occupations in the country, making up 20% of all vehicle-related fatalities. Driving, in and of itself, is dangerous. Long shifts, add on a large size and weight of a vehicle, It is one of the riskiest civilian jobs in Ohio alone. More than 2,000 large truck crashes resulted in fatalities or injuries last year, according to data from the FMCSA. Now, one thing that they don't point out there is what percentage of those are actually caused by the truck or the truck driver versus the automobiles, four-wheelers, whatever you want to call them, that are operating around them. It's always a majority caused by the small car. But Walt Riley, assistant professor at Bowling Green State University, believes there's another factor making the work risky: low trucker compensation, suggesting a direct link between driver pay and safety. Safety is sort of a thought of as the last person to touch the wheel, the vehicle, the human factor, which is important. But there's far less being discussed about compensation. Ohio is a top employer of heavy and tractor-trailer truck drivers in the country. The nearly 90,000 Ohio truckers are paid on average $26 an hour, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. But Riley says these truckers are not explicitly paid for all of their work. Most are paid at a piece rate, meaning they get paid per mile or per load, or in some cases per ton. That means a majority of drivers are not compensated for sitting in traffic or tasks like loading their trucks. That's time off the clock and time that they will have a hard time recovering. They're limited in the amount of hours they can drive in a day. They're limited in the amount of hours they can work in a week, and they have very tight delivery schedules. Of course, the pay model incentivizes drivers to take more risks. If a trucker's held up in traffic, they may be more tempted to speed up to make up for lost time. How do you drive when you're in a hurry? Yeah, right. There's incentives to drive faster, drive more aggressively, which is the opposite thing that you want a truck driver to do. Despite this connection, he says government regulatory agencies haven't paid much attention to the intersection between economics and safety. That's why he's working to come up with an alternative pay model that can compensate drivers for all their labor and still keep trucking businesses profitable. You know, he said right now the margins are pretty low for trucking companies. It's difficult to get a return on investment in safety. How do you help carriers differentiate their product and their brand in such a way that safety is central? That's really hard to answer, but he argues it's important to drive. The research would be not just a benefit to truckers delivering goods across the country, but also it would benefit the safety of all the citizens. There he did point out it's usually the other vehicle, other road user that bears the brunt of the damage in large truck collisions. I thought he was going to say that bears the responsibility for causing the incident. But, well, obviously, an 80,000-pound truck versus a Nissan Sentra, who's going to get the worst end of that deal, right? Carolina Monkey Gouger.
You know, Steve, I'm glad you brought this up tonight because there's a rash of these billboards going up all over the United States. Hurt in a big truck wreck, called a Mad Dog. We will get tough on them. You know, Steve, there was a thing last year. 80% of the truck-to-car accidents, the four-wheeler was at fault.
Correct.
And they got a commercial down there in South Carolina. It's got these two idiot ambulance chasing lawyers standing on top of this W900 stainless steel trailer. These trucks are dangerous. They are killers. They will kill you. But if you get in an accident with one of them, be sure and call the Thumbs Up people. I want to know why KW ain't suing their britches off. Now, OOIDA a couple of years ago was active in doing some stuff like this, calling these lawyers and stuff, and you know, hey, you're singling out a group of people and you're giving bad information. So I think it's time we start suing some of these court ambulance chasing, no good, I call them bottom feeder SOB lawyers. You know, I mean, you look at the case down there in Texas where they had the nuclear deal, where the driver did nothing wrong. The car come across the median, hit him, you know, and then I forgot how many millions of dollars. It was like $600-700 million. They charged Warner. You know, the thing about it is, it's only going to keep getting worse as long as these insurance companies that's protecting these trucking companies let this happen. They're too interested in paying out on a wreck to keep the people from suing them. Well, they're gonna sue their ass anyway. You know what I'm saying? So why not let's get together? And Trump has talked about this. That's when he wants reform, law reform about these nuclear incidents. You know, these yesterday. I don't know if you heard it. Some idiot went to a drive-in over there at that Democratic coffee joint, Starbucks, and they dumped some hot tea or something in his lap and give him $40 million. Is that not ludicrous?
That's what they call a nuclear verdict, right?
Yeah. I mean, did it burn his ding dong off, or you know what happened here?
Right.
I mean, I just cannot believe some of this crap that's taking place right now. And the answer for Eagle on his drinking and buying beer at the truck stops, they ain't truck stops no more, my friend.
They're travel centers. I meant to get back to that. That's it. Yep. They're looking to serve all the motoring public, and of course, you know, wherever they're exit, you know, located off a major interstate exit, but they're looking to serve all the people like a convenience store that live around the truck stop, and of course, the everyday travelers going on vacation here and there, stocking up their vehicle, headed to the beach with the beer. That's the premise behind selling alcohol.
Right. But there's a thing on the door. There's a thing on that door when you open that beer cooler. It says consumption of alcohol beverages on this premises is prohibited, and you will have the law called on you. So you take that choice to drink that beer and get behind that wheel. That's on your ass.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, drinking and driving a guided missile. I hope they throw this cat under the jailhouse. I've seen this whole wreck, man. It just made me cringe. But, you know, Steve, I've seen something today. We've been in this high wind for the last 2 days over here in New Mexico. All right. It started up again this morning. At 12 o'clock, the National Weather Service sent out an advisory to don't drive, stay off the interstate. If if you have to get over all the way on the shoulder, completely off the thing. Don't touch your brake lights, anything. So, I had a 2 o'clock appointment over yonder at Los Lunas at the world famous Walmart, which I hope I don't ever have to visit again. And they kicked me out of there about 4 o'clock. And I mean, this is right in the hype. I mean, the visibility, they done had 4 or 5 wrecks out there, four-wheeler run one another. Walmart's trucks couldn't even come down the interstate through that canyon. They was having to park. And I asked that lady, I said, look, there's someplace I could park right here? She said, no, sir, this is not a truck stop. You can mosey on down the road. There's a truck stop 7 miles down the road that way. There's 7 miles up the road. There's a casino you can park in. I said, that's 7 miles that I got to go and put somebody's life in danger. So in other words, you tell me I can't park. Nope, you got to get off the premises.
Wow. Now
this is a weather-related disaster happening. So I pulled out there on the street, you know, and I knew better. They had signs up everywhere, no parking, no tractor trailer parking, you know. And I mean, Steve, I took pictures of it and put them on Facebook at how bad this thing really was. But here come the damn Los Lunas PD. Hey, buddy, what are you doing? Can't you read? Hey, I can read, but I said, I don't want to put nobody's life in danger, or much less mine. He said, hey, you got to move on, Jackson. And I mean, you know, I'm sitting here thinking, what in the hell is wrong with the trucking industry now? So this is where it really gets good. I said, I got out of there and got up the hill, and luckily nothing happened. Thank the good Lord. And so I want something to eat, because there ain't nothing down there to eat but Mickey D's or Arby's or something like that. But you got to walk 3 miles to get to one of them. So I go up to Morarty, New Mexico, to the TA truck stop. And I said, I'm going to have me a good sit. They got an open restaurant in there. I'm going to sit down and have me a good hot meal, you know, supper. Now, this is 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Walked in there, and the manager's coming out, and he says, I'm locking up. We're going home. I said, do what? We ain't got no cook. We ain't got no waitresses. So I'm locking up and going home. You know, Steve, that just chapped my ass to no end. I mean, you know, that's a nationwide chain to provide a service for the drivers. And, you know, and you look forward because you can get a truck in there and park and go get you a good sit down meal, get your fuel, and get on about your business. So anyway, I leave there. I said, I ain't eating no more hamburgers. I'm not eating no more damn pizza or pizza in the pan or whatever they call that stuff they serve over there. And I said, I'll find me something to eat somewhere else. Well, between Klein's Corner, which is 20 miles down the road, and all the way to Tucumcari, I-40 was shut down on both sides for wrecks, low visibility, and other things that was going on. We're talking an 80-mile stretch through there on I-40.
Right.
So we cut off on 275, going down through there, you know, and everybody's maintaining. They're maintaining pretty good. And I mean, there's a slew of us over there. And so anyway, we run into a bottleneck over yonder where 54 and all that come back together off of 285 to go back to 60 to go on over to wherever you're going to Clovis or wherever. And Steve, some of the stunts that I seen them dumbass truck drivers pulling tonight, passing in blind curves, passing in no passing lanes, you know. And there was a buddy of mine, old Miguel Robinette, was with me. He's listened to this show for years, still listening to it. He listened to your daddy. We just happened to run into one another at Morarty there, and we was going to go over there and eat at this one place, cafeteria closed. And he said, Muck Gadget, can you believe this? Can you believe what we're seeing? I said, hell no, I can't believe it, but it's happening. And I said, you know, this is the reason I want out of this. I'm tired of getting up in the morning and going in a damn truck stop, sitting there, and you got some fella in there that's washing his damn feet, washing his damn old nasty head in there, got his toothpaste and it's caked up round the laboratory. You know, Steve, I didn't realize how much I hated trucking. I come back to work, and the last couple of days, I really found out that I hate my job. And I love trucking, but there has something got to be done about them trying to turn trucking into a third world country occupation. And you know, you talk to your senators and your representatives. I've been to Washington 3 times.
Yep.
Every 6 months, I talk to one of my representatives or a senator or something to keep them informed of what's going on. And the other night, I was listening to a local senator that I really don't have much use for, but Anyway, I was listening to him, and he brought up the subject. The reason that we need more H-2B visa people over here is because them are jobs that Americans won't do. Now, my answer is, where's these Americans that won't do their jobs? Where they getting their damn money from? The government, right? Well, the government cut off their sum or made them prove they was working or something. They asked to get out there and be glad to have that job that Americans won't do. That just burns me to no end when I hear that.
Yeah.
Jobs that Americans won't do. And that's where trucking's going. That's what they're trying to do to the trucking. They're trying to do that to us. And you know, Steve, there's a lot of people, they might not know about a CDL or what's involved in it and everything. But let me tell you something. A lot of people are watching these trucks now, and I get asked a day and a day go by where I'm at the bowling alley with the old women and old men bowling in the senior games or whatever, that don't ask me, hey, there ain't no American driving trucks no more.
Right.
So it's gaining attention, and next month I got a meeting with 3 big officials coming down from Washington that want to hear what's going on. So if anybody's got any suggestions, email them to me and I'll bring them up when I'm talking to them. But I mean, you know, Steve, me and Miguel was talking tonight, and me and Miguel go back a long, long ways. We've cut many a mile together. Been through about 3 companies together. And we were sitting there eating tonight when we finally found a Subway that would make a salad for us. And we was talking, you know, did you ever think you'd see trucking turn into this? I said, I had no earthly idea. If I had any idea that trucking was going to be the way it is, I mean, I would have went to college and stayed in college and been an agronomist or something, but I wouldn't got in the trucking business. But I mean, it just, man, Steve, I'm gonna tell you something. People that's not out here in this rat race that we're in now, the American government has unleashed a bunch of unqualified people in 80,000-pound missiles that have put me, you, our families, our grandchildren, and our children in jeopardy. And it's time for them to clean this damn mess up. Don't you agree?
100%.
Steve, that's about all I got tonight. We survived the 80-mile-an-hour winds and the dust storm, but it was a hell of a trip, buddy.
Well, I'm thinking
so we're going to get out of here and let somebody else.
Have the winds calmed down at this point? Is it, I mean, because you still got the wind warnings I see out there.
No, sir, it's still kicking. It's still kicking, and it's still. I think it was gusting to 60 miles an hour is what they were saying a while ago when I dropped my trailer at the guard shack. And hell, we got 6 trailers on the ground over there that were dropped in the drop yard that's turned over that they're gonna have to fix from Friday's fiasco when the winds come through here. They clocked them at 80, 90 miles an hour. So
okay.
This has been a crazy deal. You know what to say? Come in like a lion, go out like a lamb. Well, I don't believe that we're going to see no lamb this year. I think we'll come in like a lion, go out like a lion.
It might be the case. All right, Gouge. I'm looking. Yeah, the latest I pull up that it's mostly like eastern portions of New Mexico now that still have the high wind warnings. Yeah, 30 to 40 mile per hour winds with gusts to 60. That's until, let's see, 3 a.m. Mountain Time Wednesday, so really just a few more hours. Let's see, take you over to Albuquerque. These warnings in effect until the noon hour Mountain Time today. 30, 40 mile an hour winds, gust up to 60. That's the Northeast Highlands, Johnson and Bartlett Mesas, Raton Pass, Union County. So, yeah, still some gusty winds there, batten down the hatches. But then as you head on to the east, yeah, those high wind warnings now extending eastward through much of Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, northern portions of Missouri, into much of Iowa. Wind advisories extending all the way over to eastern Tennessee, eastern Kentucky, much of Illinois, Indiana. Winds begin to pick up later in the day. All right, 26 past the hour. Let's see. Philip is on board. I'm going to get back to you after the break. Knucklebuster, I believe, wanted to follow up there with Eagle's question. Yeah, travel centers versus truck stops. Everybody, for the old timers out there, which, Knucklebuster, I think he's been driving 38 years. He'll tell you. Used to be you go into a truck stop. A truck stop at one point in time had an area, the restaurant area where you would go in there. The sign there would say, commercial drivers only. If you're not a truck driver, for the motoring public, I mean, they had their exclusive zone where they could go in and eat. It was for the truckers. The model started to change. Everything now is called, travel centers. Travel Centers of America, TA and Petro Travel Centers. Pilot travel centers, more geared toward a broader audience. So looking to sell anything and everything that an individual might need, but always at a more exorbitant cost. And it's all about the convenience, as they say. Just like going to your local convenience store, that bag of chips, the same bag of chips you can get for $2.99 at Costco or Walmart, it'd be $5.89. It's for the convenience, but all right, 844-844-3388, the number to dial us up here. Of course, the lovely Dingbat has our Wacky Wednesday edition of Interesting Facts. All right, tonight is her Friday. Can't wait for this shift to end. All right, so Mr. Peabody is warming up the Wayback Machine. We'll discuss some interesting things that occurred on this date coming up.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The White House says President Trump and Russian President Putin have agreed to start talks on a limited ceasefire with Ukraine.
The Kremlin said Russia has agreed to a 30-day ceasefire on strikes on Ukraine's energy infrastructure, and a prisoner swap with Ukraine will take place Wednesday. I'm Brian Shook.
The Trump administration is considering giving up U.S. command of NATO operations in Europe. An American four-star general has overseen all NATO military operations in Europe for nearly 75 years. 2 NASA astronauts are back on planet Earth after a 9-month stay on the International Space Station. NASA spokesman Steve Stitch says there's no specific timeline when Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore will be reunited with their families.
I know they're going to fly back here tonight. They'll probably spend some time rehabilitating a little bit and the docs watching them, and then they'll rejoin their families in the next day or so.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Docs Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Docs cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, let's head on down to somewhere, I guess, rolling down Interstate 4. Morning, Philip.
Morning, buddy. I'm out here at Interstate 4, Lee Road. So if anybody knows that area, just north of Orlando a little bit, just going into Orlando. That's where I'm at right now. So, well, they made it back, Steve. What you think there, buddy?
That's an amazing thing. Now, what I have not got to see, I got to see the replay of the splashdown and everything. Did not get to see the astronauts coming out. Do they all look healthy? Were they able to come out on their own 2 feet, or did they have to have help?
Well, I watched all of the footage yesterday. I watched the landing, and I watched them rigging it up and taking it, putting it on the boat. Those guys had a heck of a time getting that capsule up on that ship. They got a little pad it sits on. It's called a nest. Mm-hmm. They had a heck of a time putting it on that thing. It took them a few minutes to get it up on it, but they got it up there finally. But I saw them get out. The first 2 that got out was the commander, Nick, and then the Russian. They're the 2 middle guys that were in there. They're the first 2 that came up. They're the ones that went up in September. Mm-hmm. And the Russian fellow, he was kind of hurting a little bit there. This is his first flight. Nick, the commander, Nick, he was fine. But when they brought Sonny and Butch out, Sonny, you could tell she was a little weak, but she did all right. She could have got up and walked out. But when Butch got out of there, man, I think he was just playing along with them because they wanted to put him on the stretcher and roll him out. But he was wanting to walk around. You could tell he was ready to go. I mean, you could tell the people that are experienced with it. Sonny and him dealt with it a lot better than that one kid. It was his first time up there, and he had been up there, and he was hurting a little bit. That the kid was from Russia. So, but they looked good. It looked good. It was real clean. Everything was cool. I mean, no problems getting them out or anything like that.
Okay, that's good.
If you do see the footage, Steve, I do want you to look at something. there was some dolphins that were swimming around the capsule.
I did see that.
They were rigging it, trying to get
that amazing?
trying to get everything.
Yeah, I did see that.
There was about 5 or 6 dolphins that were swimming around the capsule, and they were all grouped up in there, and they were, the guys sitting there rigging everything, getting everything set up to, get it back on the ship. And that was kind of cool to see the dolphins out there. It's like they were kind of concerned about what was going on, But all in all, it was good. I'm glad they're back. Hopefully they can get with their families and everything. They said they were going to fly them out and fly them with a helicopter over to mainland, and they were going to put them on a plane and go to Houston. So, but monkey gouger, you know what, buddy, you are right. The drivers out here today are a different breed than it was back in the day, and I had one yesterday. He works for Mr. Hunt, if anybody knows who Mr. Hunt is out there, and he's got a dedicated service that services racetrack gas stations. And this driver was just cutting people off left and right with a 53-foot trailer and a day cab. And Steve, you mentioned about being in a hurry. I'm just wondering, I don't know what was going through the guy's mind at the time, but this guy was just cutting people left and right off in a traffic jam just north of Sanford, Florida, up there on the St. Johns River Bridge. And there's no need to do that. There's no need to get cutting people off. What do you think, Steve?
As all the drivers out there say, the things you see, Monkey Gouger just talking about here a few minutes ago, what he's seeing out there in New Mexico right now, people drive like maniacs. I don't know, is it younger people that have no fear? I mean, I do remember when I was younger, you do take more risks because you feel like you're inevitable or invincible. You're invincible.
Well, this guy, he looked like he was in his mid-30s to early 40s, and he just didn't care. You could plainly see the guy just didn't care. I mean, when you got an 80,000-pound vehicle, and the traffic's only going maybe 20 miles an hour at that in this traffic jam, and you're in so much of a hurry, you got to cut people off and be inches. I'm not talking feet. I'm talking like inches away from trucks and cars. He wasn't just putting cars in danger. He's putting his fellow drivers in danger.
Wow.
Just didn't even care. And that's the thing that they need to fix. Now, as far as this travel center thing, and a lot of people don't understand this, and I never really thought about this angle from it either. Steve, you know who Buc-ee's is, right? You been to Buc-ee's yet, Steve?
I have not yet been to a Buc-ee's, but I'm familiar with them, yes.
Okay, well, we all know that Buc-ee's doesn't cater to truck drivers. And I think that I always thought they had some beef with truck drivers, but if you look at it from a business side, they don't want anybody to be in their store more than 30 minutes. Okay? So when you have a truck driver that pulls in there and say, for instance, they're going to overnight, they're going to be there a little bit longer than that. And that's one of the angles that Buc-ee's looks at it. And I never thought about it before, but I was reading some stuff about it, and that's kind of what they thought about it. They want a person that comes in there, that's in there less than 30 minutes, even getting fuel the whole shot. They want somebody in and out of that store. The more they get in and out of that store, the more money they make, and that does make business sense. Do I approve it? Absolutely not. I think the truck drivers need a right to go in their store as well as anybody else. But I do remember the day when you had these sections at the old Courtesy House, especially in Vero Beach, Florida, at Route 60. You had the section with the telephones at the table, and you weren't a truck driver. You didn't sit at those tables because those tables were reserved for truck drivers only.
Truckers, yep.
And that's and we got into all this. I hate to say it, Steve, and I don't ever try to bring it up. We've got into this DEI stuff and all this stuff now. You know what? I know we got to cater to everybody. Don't get me wrong. And we don't need to profile and separate and all this other junk. But the thing about it is, the truck drivers have never been looked at as a solid trade. Now, we have electricians. When our lights flicker, we have plumbers when our toilet's leaking. We have welders out there that weld stuff. We've got, different trades out there that are recognized as a trade. The trucking industry has never been recognized as a solid trade. I mean, does that make any sense, Steve? Do you think that's a legitimate thing to say?
I'd say that's fair. That's a fair assessment, yeah.
Because there's never been, there's so much diversity in what truck drivers do. I mean, look at how many different configurations a truck can be in to do something. Look how many different parts of it there are. But I don't really think that the truck driving industry has been looked at as a solid trade. It's always been looked at, well, it's something I get into, I'll do a couple years, I'm out the door, who cares? No, it isn't like that. There are guys out there like Monkey Gouger, like Grump. There's company drivers out there like Heatwave, Pup. That's a trade. It's a legitimate trade. Those guys out there are busting their tail just like everybody else. Eskimo Mom, if it wasn't for her, you wouldn't be at a Meijer store up there, in Evansville, Indiana, eating anything. So, I mean, come on. But it's something that we need to recognize truck drivers that way as a legitimate trade. Those folks are out there busting their butt to make a living just like all the rest of us are. It's a trade. And I do think that they underpaid for the amount of hours that they put in. I mean, I think about some of the hours that I put in back when I did it, and I was probably making like $5, $10 an hour back in the day, Steve, with all the detention time and all the other stuff. So just something to look at. I appreciate y'all having me. We'll catch you later, buddy.
All right, have a great day there. Hopefully nice weather there in the Sunshine State here for a hump day. There you go. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. Let's see. Buckeye Boy said the amount, going back to the Starbucks things you mentioned, that amount was $50 million. Supposedly, the person at the drive-thru did not secure the top correctly on that cup of hot coffee. And when it spilled into the guy's lap, it burnt his Johnson so bad that he had to have skin grafts that actually came from a cadaver, supposedly constant pain, and he cannot have intimate relations, and it caused it to be smaller. Ouch. Michael Garcia was picking up drinks at the drive-thru in L.A. when he suffered severe burns, disfigurement, and debilitating nerve damage to his genitalia when that drink, the hot drinks, ultimately spilled onto his lap. According to the lawsuit, accusing Starbucks of breaching its duty of care, again, failing to secure the lid. His lawyer said his client was picking up 3 beverages. One of the hot drinks wasn't fully pushed into the container, I guess the holder. When the barista handed him the order, the drink fell out of the container onto Garcia. His damages include physical pain, mental anguish, loss of enjoyment of life, humiliation, inconvenience, grief, disfigurement, physical impairment, anxiety, and emotional distress. Starbucks says they plan to appeal the verdict. We sympathize with Mr. Garcia, but we disagree with the jury's decision that we were at fault and believe the damages awarded to be excessive. We've always been committed to the highest safety standards, including the handling of hot drinks. It kind of harkens back to the famous 1994 suit against McDonald's where the woman spilled the hot coffee in her lap. Third-degree burns. In her case, she was originally awarded nearly $3 million. I don't. What is the value of your enjoyment of life? Didn't say what his age was, but I don't know, at any age. So yes, I get. Gouger said, did it burn his willy off? To some extent, I guess it did, right? We'll be back after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Yeah, I got an email from Wheelchair Dave here a few hours ago. And yeah, I mentioned him last day. I said, we haven't heard from Dave in a while. Hope everything was all right. So I guess he's either he's catching us on the podcast or he may be listening. He said, right now, I am presently in the hospital, not able to call into the show. Said I'm going to be here for some time, and then probably I'll be going into lengthy rehab. That's all the message I could get there. I think he had more, but... All right, so prayers for Wheelchair Dave. Not sure what ails him right now, but... Hey, meanwhile, President Trump this past day responding to the leftist judge, which is just the latest in a string of judges trying to impede what he's trying to do with, in this case, it was deporting these plane loads of illegal criminals. He said, the radical left lunatic of a judge, a troublemaker, an agitator, who was sadly appointed by Barack Hussein Obama, was not elected president, did not win the popular vote by a lot, did not win all 7 swing states, did not win 2,750 to 525 counties, did not win anything. I won for many reasons. In an overwhelming mandate, but fighting illegal immigration may have been the number one reason for this historic victory. I'm doing what the voters wanted me to do. This judge, like many of the crooked judges I'm forced to appear before, should be impeached. We do not want vicious, violent, demented criminals, many of them deranged murderers in our country. So fighting the judges, there are a handful. There's legitimate discussion in some of these states where they're looking to bring up impeachment of some of these judges. All right, Knucklebuster wanted to chime back in regards to, I guess, were you talking all about the Eagles Center, about the truck stops, travel center stuff?
Oh, yeah, absolutely, Mr. Steve Summers. Thanks for having me back. Yeah, you know, you can go in there and you can buy a beer. You're responsible for it. And they do have the sign on there that says no alcohol consumed on the premises. You will be arrested. And if somebody hits your truck in the parking lot and you've got that key in the ignition and it's still running, guess who's going to get charged with a DWI or DUI, depending on the state there and the cop, right?
Mm-hmm.
It'll be you. Yep. So, 'cause I wasn't driving nowhere. Well, yeah. That don't make no difference. That truck was running, right? Oh, yeah, I still remember them orange ball Union 76 truck stops there, reserved for professional drivers. I never did sit in there, Steve. I don't consider myself a professional. I'm just old truck driver there, right? They had a lot of old good mom and pops out there, you know, mini skirt junctions. Old JJ over there in Glen Rose, Arkansas, on I-30, exit 106 there, they call that place Blue Jean Junction. Them waitresses used to show you some leg or cleavage to help wake you up there. And that Carl's Corner over out there at Carl's Corner, Texas, it's a Petro now. They used to have a titty bar in that place there, Steve. You could sit in the restaurant, eat a cheeseburger, and watch them women through the glass there and get all kinds of woke up and drive all night and all day, right? Well, they had over at exit 421 on I-40 over in Tennessee. Old girl, she used to wear a real floppy shirt, and when she bent over to wipe them tables, you could look right up the backside, and she didn't have no bra on there. Let me tell you something about I like to have went broke tipping them women. So that's why Tennessee's glad you just got these old fast food joints in here now. Well, I got news for Monkey Gouger. If somebody tells me there's no parking there, I'm going to put down told to move, no available parking, going to a safe haven, and that's what I use personal conveyance for. Don't get caught 4 hours down the road or still on personal conveyance, because then they're going to fine you for trying to advance the load there, you know. So, but you can use, and that's why they left it up to the discretion of the company. The FMCSA did. So they tell us 2 hours or less, and it better be less than 2 hours, because if you caught doing more than 2 hours, they're going to get all over your backside there, right? And, well, that's all I got to say about that. You know, there's been some good truck stops out here. I don't know about all these travel centers we got now, but anyway, and I just pulled in here and fueled up here at this Love, so I'm kind of scared to even ease through this parking lot. I ain't going to tell you what it looks like in here. So, all right, have a great day, Mr. Steve Summers. We'll call in that loneliest hour, brother.
All right, yeah, we're rolling up toward the midnight hour on the West Coast. Yeah, I'd seen some of the video out of Las Vegas this past morning. These attacks on Tesla vehicles, Tesla dealerships. Las Vegas Metro Police announcing that the FBI has now joined in the search for and the investigation of the individual who set several Teslas on fire early Tuesday. Police say someone wearing black clothing set 5 cars on fire and apparently fired at least 3 rounds at the cars. 2 of the cars were engulfed in flames when firefighters arrived at the Tesla Collision Center about 2:45 in the morning local time there in Vegas. Police also say that, I guess, racist was spray painted on the building, or was it resist? Resist was spray painted on a building, resisting Elon Musk. Tesla's owner, Elon, calls this violent extremism. Attorney General Pam Bondi this past day condemning this spat of attacks on Tesla properties as domestic terrorism. This swarm of violent attacks on Tesla property, nothing short of domestic terrorism. We will continue investigations that impose severe consequences for those involved in these attacks, including those operating behind the scenes to coordinate and fund these crimes. The FBI field office in Kansas City, Missouri this past day said they were investigating damage that was done overnight as well to a Cybertruck or Cybertrucks there. A man also arrested in South Carolina, suspicion of setting a Tesla charging station and accidentally himself on fire earlier this month. Police say he had spray painted F Trump and Long Live Ukraine in red paint in a charging station parking lot. Then, of course, you had the Colorado woman arrested last month in connection with spray painting Nazi on a sign at a Tesla dealership. The Department of Justice has already charged several perpetrators with that in mind, including in cases that involve charges with 5-year mandatory minimum sentences. So with that being a minimum sentence, could be even more. All right, the lefty loonies out there. Today, 19th day of March, in 1848, the famous marshal who participated in the gunfight at the OK Corral, none other than one Wyatt Earp, was born. 1955 on this date, Bruce Willis, the actor, was born. And finally, for our football fans, the coach of the Kansas City Chiefs, Andy Reid, was born on this date in 1958. All right, we've got a number of, it is National Poultry Day, National Chocolate Caramel Day. It's National Let's Laugh Day. How about National Automatic Door Day? It's National Read to Me Day. And this is for parents that read to their kids. And it is also National Certified Nurses Day.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. California Governor Gavin Newsom is going after President Trump over his use of a centuries-old law to justify the deportation of hundreds of illegal immigrants. While speaking on his podcast, Newsom said a federal judge temporarily blocked the deportations, but they proceeded anyway.
This, to me, of all the things that has happened during the Trump administration, the notion that you can completely disregard the federal court and literally challenge the court just blatantly in contempt of court. I mean, that's the cornerstone of this constitutional democracy.
The Trump administration says the deportees were identified as members of a Venezuelan gang. The 1798 Alien Enemies Act gives the federal government sweeping powers to deport or imprison non-citizens during wartime. President Trump has repeatedly said he believes the United States is under attack at the border. President Trump is eliminating diversity programs at the State Department. Trump signed an executive order today ending former President Biden's initiative to employ underrepresented groups. Trump's order directs the State Department to remove the diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility rule from service and promotion criteria.
In Dallas, Texas, 3 shots were fired at President Kennedy's motorcade in downtown Dallas. The first reports say that President Kennedy has been seriously wounded by this shooting.
The last of the classified JFK assassination files have been made public. The National Archives released multiple files today at the direction of the president, who said Americans have been asking for this for a long time.
President Kennedy died at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time.
John F. Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas in 1963. Historians don't believe the 80,000 pages contained any bombshells. Conspiracies have continued about the CIA's involvement or the existence of another shooter in addition to Lee Harvey Oswald. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Harvard University is making tuition free for more students. The school has eliminated tuition for students from families earning up to $200,000 a year.
That's a big push up from the previous $85,000 income threshold. This as elite universities look for ways to maintain campus diversity since the Supreme Court banned race-based admissions practices. Harvard joined schools including MIT, the University of Pennsylvania, and Caltech with similar thresholds for free tuition. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Forever 21 is going out of business.
Fast fashion retailer Forever 21 is set to close its doors forever. The U.S. branch of the company is going bankrupt for the second time. Unless a buyer is found soon, the company will shut down all operations. That will mean 58 California stores will close and hundreds of workers will be unemployed. The company cites rising costs, oversees competition, and changing trends. Forever 21 was founded in Los Angeles in 1984 and grew to 350 stores. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
The Vatican says Pope Francis is decreasing his use of mechanical ventilation. Officials say the Pope did not require any mechanical ventilation last night, indicating a gradual improvement in his condition. Wall Street closed lower after 2 straight winning sessions.
At the closing bell, the Dow lost 260 points, the S&P fell 60 points, and the Nasdaq dropped 304 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, just like that, another hour off and rolling here as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Yeah, what do you say we get right back to the calls here on another hour? I don't know. Hey, what day might it be? It's good morning.
Morning, Your Honor. And I guess we can do this for the whole country, from the East American Ocean to the West American Ocean, and all the way down there to the third coast there of the Gulf of America, right? So I guess for everybody out there, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
It would officially be Hump Day. Here it is. Yes.
It seems like we might have missed one or two of these here. It seems like it's been a while since we've done this, Your Honor. Normally it's like, didn't we just do this like a couple days ago and a couple days ago? It feels like it was almost like last month or something.
Yeah, somebody was out of the mix last week there. Somebody was playing around out in the deserts.
Yeah, something like that. So, anyway, I don't know where to go with this. You've had a pretty good, lively show here tonight. Actually, had troubles trying to get in there. Had the busy signal thing going on too. So I guess you've had your share of calls there. I had to deal with a couple people that apparently I don't know what the whole deal was at the loading rack. It was better that I didn't get out and associate with anybody, because I wasn't in the mood for sitting around for 2 hours this morning, but it's what we ended up doing. But so I don't know. It's either the world's filled with morons, or I don't know. Something's going on. But anyway, finally got them out of my way so I can get my load so I can get down the road and do my job. But anyway, that's, it happens every now and then. So, but I don't know. You're talking about, you had that one thing on there talking about the trucking industry having low pay, which I'll agree with. I guess like any other career, you kind of start low and you have to try to work your way up. I know when I started, prices were a little different then. You buy gas for $1 a gallon or less, and I'm not that old, but I was turning wheels for 18 cents a mile, and to go out and run from Sunday night to get back Saturday, and probably, of course, was paper logs at the time, but to have 4,000 miles, 4,200 miles in that time period, and it wasn't unheard of. But I had money to eat, I had money to buy clothes, had money to buy gas. Didn't have a lot of extra playing around money, but it was so even at 18 cents a mile, we were still making a living. But that was 35. Wow, it's been that long, hasn't it? Yeah, but anyway, so yeah, the late 80s. There's we were pulling that off, and but every place, not quite every place. I've gone a couple places because I've needed a job, not that I've wanted to work what I was doing, but you had to have a job, so I didn't make the deal that I wanted. But for the most part, the last couple places I've worked for, I've pretty much negotiated what I wanted. And, we've been through this discussion before with that other guy that calls in that says that, everybody should get $50 an hour or whatever. But it all works out that you get kind of an annual salary. You kind of get a basic, everybody, if you kind of do the same thing every year, you kind of can guess what your annual salary would be for what you're getting paid, whether it's by the mile, by the hour, by percentage. But as I say, if you figure it out, a load costs a certain amount to move down the road, and that's what the trucking company gets paid. And the driver's wages, as a company driver, you get a certain amount of that, based on either mileage pay or hourly pay or what I do is percentage. So it all works out to percentage pay, no matter how you try to cut the mustard. It all works out to the driver gets a certain percentage of the revenue to move the freight. And to tell you the truth, I've always made out better between what I could ever get for mileage pay or what, because I run around in this day cab. I go home every day, and so mileage pay don't work at all for me. Hourly pay, sometimes I do good and other times I do bad. So I've always elected to stay with the percentage pay, and I get a certain percent of whatever the revenue of the load is. And if it takes me 2 hours to do it, then I get the same amount of money as if it takes me 4 hours to do it. So do some days I work out good? Yes. Do some days it works out bad? Yes. But you can't look at it on a day by day or a week by week. You got to start looking further out and look month by month and year by year. So, I mean, and that's kind of where budgeting comes in. And I hope most people, I know there's a lot of people that have to live the paycheck to paycheck, but somehow you got to try to overcome that, and make it so that if you have a bad week, you can go from 1 week and have a bad week to get to the next week. And so I don't know. It's just my opinion out there, but if you stay with just the basic generic thing, you're never going to get ahead in it. If you try to look for a niche business, I do something that's not everybody does. Now, I won't tell you that, most trained circus animals couldn't hardly do what I do. It's not rocket science. It's pretty basic, simple stuff. And I hate to say it, but it's about the cleanest, easiest job I've probably ever done. And, especially in the trucking industry. And, not that I want everybody out there to know that, but because everybody be wanting to come over here and do it, but it's got its things that go with it. And one of the things is that somebody does something stupid in front of you and both of you aren't going home. I mean, it's pretty much, that way. I mean, it's not that happens every time, but it's a good possibility, and a mechanical failure with the truck could cause a catastrophic issue. But you kind of out here rolling the dice, you're doing your thing. So I don't know. As I say, but I just know where I'm at here, where I'm living right now. If I don't see six figures in the paycheck at least, then I'm not gonna, it's not gonna support my way of living. So, you got to do what you got to do. So, but then, we had 5-7 down there in South Carolina, and he was saying he was making, I don't know, I don't even know if he made $50,000 a year down there, but he was living comfortable there. So I guess you got to pick where your lifestyle's at, and and as I say, make your deal with who you're working for. You got to go in and negotiate, and if they can't give you what you want, then you got to try to find somebody that does. And I don't know. I guess that's enough of that. I'm probably bored everybody. That's probably all changed the station by now. But anyways, so. Well, other than that, it was good to see the astronauts come back. I did get to see a couple of the videos there, a couple of reels there of them getting out of the capsules, and they didn't look too worse for wear. And as Philip said, it looked like Butch there. He pretty much wanted to stand up on his own. It looked like they were more trying to hold him down to put him on the wheelchair thing there than to help him up. But it all looked good, and glad to see they're all back. And I'm sure they're glad to come home and see their families and be able to enjoy being back on the ground if gravity treats them well. But
I guess the families maybe.
I don't know. That's about all we got.
You reckon the families left the Christmas trees up so they can actually celebrate Christmas and open their presents that have been under the tree for all this time, right? All right, about 16 past the hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
On to Brain Dead here on a hump day. What's going on?
I was just sitting around the house. We had our lovely landlord decide to come by yesterday morning and decide to fix the floors. He came by Friday and we put the maintenance request in. He came by Friday, kind of measured everything. He said, well, I'll be back, fix it. Okay. He goes, well, we'll call you before we come out. Next thing you know, yesterday morning, they're pounding on the door. I'm here to fix the floor. I'm like, oh, crap. Oh, but
so what'd you have, squeaky floors or what? What was the problem with the floors? You need
holes in the floor.
Holes in the floor.
Where Dingbat decided to take a step. Where Dingbat took a step and she went through the floor. This was like the third or fourth time she's done this. The house is a trailer house actually, but it's an older trailer house and there were some soft spots in it, but
wow, okay,
we got it fixed. So
gotcha.
But giving you and the listeners heads up, I was looking at some of the stuff for tomorrow. There is many big dates, many big things that have happened tomorrow. So just put that in the back of your mind, Steve. But like I said though, last couple of times, this charter lawsuit, there's a lot to unpack here. And it's getting deeper and it's getting more nasty and it's getting more personal. Friday, 2311 and Front Row Motorsports filed a response to the appeal from the injunction in December. NASCAR said that the injunction should be reversed, that the team said that the NASCAR appeals are overblown in rhetoric and hyperbole. The teams have also laid out various examples of antitrust law violations, such as taking the tracks, the NASCAR tracks, and the SMI tracks, and are only for NASCAR use only. Nobody else can use these tracks but NASCAR. Plus the purchase of ARCA in 2018. And there's other things too. NASCAR claimed that the judge granted the injunction that was riddled with errors, and I love this part. The judge had no clue as to what he was doing as the teams need to give up their charters. Gee, that's going to really help you in court there. Well, I ain't going to say those words, but fill in the blank there. Now, the appeal hearing is set for May the 9th. There's only 6 months left in the season. So why not let them keep on the charters until the end of the season. Why are you trying to push this through? But also, it is also apparently now that NASCAR does not want to do business with either teams at all, because NASCAR does not want this charter system. They don't. And they don't want to go to the different sports, such as stick and ball sports, to find out what they're doing right and why NASCAR and what NASCAR is doing wrong. And hello, look at Formula One and look what this new dirt car series, High Limit Racing, is doing. I did a little research on this, and they have really good charter programs that really make investments in the teams in the long run. Now, Michael Jordan was said in an interview that what NASCAR has done has now become personal, because you attacked Curtis, you've also attacked me. And NASCAR fired back, says, well, this became personal when you sued us. So it's kind of like the whole tit for tat thing, you know. Yeah. You pick on me, I pick on you, we're going to have a battle at the end of the day. Now, Richard Childress said something, and it kind of throws a red flag up for me, kind of. He said that, quote, he is on the side of the teams and Curtis, and side of the teams, and Curtis had did nothing that anyone else hadn't did. He didn't do anything that everybody else on the RTA did. So, meaning pretty much is Curtis and Curtis and Michael Jordan, all of them stepped up to the plate, took on Goliath in this, and now you're mad because you signed the charter, because you had to do it because of financial problems instead of stepping up to the ball. Because it's like I said before, where do you think NASCAR would be with this lawsuit right now if, say, Childress, Hendrick, Gibbs, etc., ponied up the dough and said, hey, we're going to go in with you. There's issues, there's problems here, there's something majorly wrong here that they need to fix. But they didn't. They caved. They obviously, and I see where 2311 and them's argument is that NASCAR is a bunch of bullies that goes over and forces people to sign stuff because they went to the individual teams. But realistically, though, and this injunction hearing is going to be the one to watch. How this judge rules is going to tell you which way this trial is going to go. Because if the teams win, it's going to go back to the drawing board. Now, I said that Formula One has a good program, so does High Limit. Formula One reached a new commercial deal in 2030. Now, the deal has not been finalized, but they have reached the deal, and they're waiting on the teams to grow this. Now, here's something interesting that I found. They say that the teams are the stakeholders in the sport, and F1 has seen significant growth. Under this new agreement, the teams get 50% of the profits to a certain point, which is up 5%, as the prize pot money for the year of 2023 was $3 billion. Yes, $3 billion. Ferrari receives an additional 5% as they have competed since the inception of this agreement in the 80s, and since 1980. Now, also the entry fee for any teams is $650,000 a year. The cost cap for any team is $135 million a year. Now, this agreement is what they put in place to help stop the crap that NASCAR is doing. This is, and it's getting ridiculous. But now I told you about High Limit, Steve, right? Mm-hmm. All right. High Limit was founded by five-time sprint car owner champion Brad Sweet and Kyle Larson. Now, in late 2023, they acquired All-Star Circuit of Champions from Tony Stewart. Now, there are about 60 races throughout the season. The purse money for the whole season is $5 million. Now, they started their franchise system similar to NASCAR and F1. However, and here's the however part, it is awarded to the 5 highest teams in the points for 2024 and 2025. There are plans to have 15 franchise teams by the end of 27. Now, with the media distribution, because you can find them on say this 5 times fast. Flow Sports, the teams will get 50% of the revenue annually. Now, these charters will be permanent. They cannot be leased. They're limited to 2 per owner. Now, in order to retain the charter, they must run all the races. Now, here's the kicker. If 2311 is paying attention, take this business model to your court hearing and show them that there is a right way to do this and that NASCAR is trying to bully their way to the team, Steve.
Maybe that'll work. There's more than one way to skin a cat. Didn't they always say that? All right, Brain Dead, like you said, a lot to unpack there. Can't we just say, hey, we're racing this weekend. Get out there, do your thing. And all right, the Associated Press, for literally decades, had been pretty much the go-to news organization to get the facts, as they say. Somewhere down the line, the Associated Press became more of the leftist, the far left-leaning fake news. And they have been proving that ad nauseum in recent years. Yeah, the latest example is just from this week, the disgraced Associated Press latest lying piece involves spreading the blatant falsehood that Tulsi Gabbard, the now director of national intelligence, described President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin as, quote, very good friends. That was the way they described it. Problem is, she never said that. Now, it was only after this lie in the form of a screaming headline had been blasted all over the world that the Associated Press retracted its lie. If I may, I'd like to suggest to the Associated Press they spend less time crybabying about not gaining access to certain White House events and more time not lying. But the Associated Press apparently will never stop lying. Let me share some of the list, and it's unbelievable. Coming up after this.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says negotiations with Hamas will now only take place under fire.
This comes after Israel broke a ceasefire with the Palestinian militant group by launching strikes early Tuesday. The ceasefire had lasted for nearly 2 months. Gaza's health ministry says the latest attacks have killed more than 400 people and injured hundreds more. I'm Lisa Taylor.
The Republican Congressional Committee is out with their list of seats they think they could flip for next year's election, and 2 of those are in Texas. Rice University political analyst Mark Jones says they are both on the border with Mexico.
Have to see if that support continues throughout the Trump administration or whether some of the policies that Donald Trump is pursuing alienate some South Texas voters.
He predicts big bucks will be pumped into the border towns of Brownsville and Laredo, trying to turn them red. Last election, Congressman Vicente Gonzalez and Henry Kuehler both won their races by just a few percentage points. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer signups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts need.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All righty, real quick before we get back to the calls. Somewhere down the line, something happened to the Associated Press. For decades, when it comes election time, the winner of any given state, it's not official until the Associated Press declared, Trump has taken Ohio, Harris takes whatever, on and on. The Associated Press was supposedly the best, most truthful, factual information. But in recent years, again, time and time again, and these aren't just little oopsies or, oh, sorry, my bad. It is constantly deliberate, misleading people. Just some of the more recent headlines, and I can't by no means go through the entire list here, but the Elon Musk Nazi salute hoax. Trump called for Liz Cheney to be executed. The Kamala Harris was never America's border czar. These are all hoaxes. Of course, the Russian collusion hoax. The hands up, don't shoot hoax. The Russian bounties hoax. The policeman killed at the mostly peaceful January 6th protest hoax. The border agents are whipping illegals. And on it goes. Yeah, Joe Biden will never ban gas stoves hoax. All these are fictitious. Now, Tulsi Gabbard oversees the nation's intelligence services. Yeah, has in the past kind of echoed about the war in Russia and expressed sympathy for Russia. So says the AP. Yeah, the comments about the friendship between Trump and Putin and the ties between the U.S. and Russia, who are longtime adversaries, alarmed some critics of Trump. Trump's call for warmer relations with Moscow. Yeah, so what you have is the AP has lied and lied and lied, being debunked over and over again. Yeah, they completed their wildfire spread. Did they ever retract the lie? Well, they did with this. The Associated Press has withdrawn its story about the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, saying President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin are very good friends. Gabbard was talking about Trump and the Indian Prime Minister. The AP will publish a corrected version of the story. This, literally just a few months after the AP trying desperately to kill the nomination of Pete Hegseth. While the AP totally, out of partisan spite, refused to acknowledge the Gulf of America. Yeah, this less than a month after the AP lied about Elon Musk and Doge firing key FAA employees. Even worse, after the AP was caught, rather than retracting or correcting the lie, yeah, they made a stealth edit without even noting that they had changed their story. So I think it's right. The AP they don't need to be in the Oval Office. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Now we got Gilligan.
Yeah, good morning, Steve, and I thank you for taking my call. Horse feathers, don't worry, I had you covered last week. I gave the Mike on Wednesday morning. And by the way, Steve, there is a problem, though. All over the world, it's different times. Well, he's talking about, we're on the West Coast, everybody's on the same time. Well, we've got parts of the United States that's not even on the same time. Alaska's got 2 time zones, including one does include Hawaii. You listen to NPR, they talk about GMT, Greenwich Mean Time, which is 4 hours ahead of Eastern time zone. So I think this whole thing just gets too confusing. It's above my pay grade. I'm going to give an update on my wife. I know a lot of your listeners already know she fell and broke her arm. And back on December 29th, we appreciate all the prayers. She isn't back to work yet, but she is in rehab, and the arm is strengthening. Thank you, everyone, for the prayers and the well wishes. We greatly appreciate it. As far as, these judges making these rulings, like when the one told the Trump administration he had to turn the planes back. This has been going on for decades. These judges have exerted way too much power. It's amazing how often they do this stuff. And it's like, well, you got to release criminals out because we say so. The law does not matter. Look at how many times they've had to deal with the illegal criminals, and the judges will up and release them. I believe that the judges that are knowingly violating the law need to be removed, but how do you go about that? That's a very hard process. I'm aware of that. I'm not a very well-educated man, but I know an impeachment of a judge is a very hard, drawn-out process. Well, Steve, I think run into the DA of the Week award. I was going down 220 about, maybe a half hour out of Greensboro tonight. It's a divided highway, 2 lanes going each way. And I see this set of headlights. That area, the lanes are pretty close together. But at the time they got it pretty fairly close to me, I realized they were not on the other side. They were literally in my left lane. Wrong way driver on a divided highway. That's the 3rd time in my career that I've run into that. Thank God I'm not in a collision. I have been in the right lane and they've been in the left lane. But I tell you what, that's a scary moment. I haven't been out here as long as a lot of your listeners. About 26 years, almost 26 years. And I'm estimating I got about 3 million miles under my belt, somewhere in that numbers. So maybe one every million miles. And that's too often for me, and I'm sure it'd be for anybody else. I'm going to touch on something else. Last thing I'm going to touch on, at least. Y'all was talking about the travel centers, how the truck stops are getting to be a thing of the past. Yes, I remember well going into a truck stop when I started in 99, and there was the driver's area. I heard the knuckle buster bring up Miniskirt Junction. The place was called Pharaoh's Truck Stop in Shippensburg, Pennsylvania. There was a bottom lot up there that just about had moon craters in it. But no matter what the weather, you could find some parking there. And, it was an interesting place to go into. The girls were wearing miniskirts, but it was done tastefully, if that makes sense. They was wearing hose and stuff, and it wasn't. Yeah, they were short, but they weren't micro minis or something. One of my favorite stops was a place called White's Truck Stop. A lot of your listeners that run over here on 81 will remember it well. They had a certain area back in the corner that was for drivers only. They had a huge saltwater crocodile on the wall, and 5'7" swears up and down he'd never eat in there because that crocodile. They had some interesting deer mounts and stuff around, but the one thing I enjoyed probably most, the hallway to lead back to the restaurant was covered with glass cases and different firearms in them. As some of your listeners know, I'm an avid gun collector. I'm proud to say that I have 5 examples of the guns Mr. White had in them cases. It's amazing how everything is rubber stamped. There's no real difference in one truck stop to the other. I'd like to know whether our place is still open. I doubt it is out there in Morris, Illinois. They used to have toys all over the restaurants. They had a little band in there. You put in one of them little arcades. I can't remember the exact name of them things. I know they was called arcades. And these little figurines used to dance and play a little song for you. That was rather cute. For a quarter, they'd play a song for you. I gotta admit, I put one in there a couple times myself. But these things are by the wayside, I guess. You go into the truck stop, and the people working in there would know you by your first name. It's like the mom and pops. I mean, you don't see the little country stores anymore. A lot of the small towns, little country communities and stuff, have a Dollar General or a Family Dollar, and they've kind of taken the place of the mom and pops. It's a crying shame. Well, that's about all I got for you tonight, Steve. I appreciate you taking my call, and I hope everybody has a safe day.
All right, Gilligan. All I know is when you get in the South, you got a Dollar General or a Family Dollar on every corner. Well, in some cases, literally, there are places where you can have a Dollar General, 2 of them on opposing corners at the same intersection. I've seen that. Okay. All right, update on the bird flu, devastating poultry and dairy farms, sending the price of eggs soaring. But what has been the toll on wild birds? That is a question. More than 170 species of North American wild birds, ducks, geese, owls, eagles, others, have been infected with bird flu. The experts say take precautions if you're around sick or dead birds. But please keep your bird feeder up. Despite the spread in birds and other wild animals, scientists say that the threat to the general population is very low. Now, more than 12,000 individual birds have tested positive since the virus began spreading. Yeah, that is a gross underestimate because most dead birds are never taken for a lab test. Dabbling ducks like mallards and blue-winged teal can carry the virus apparently with very few symptoms because these viruses co-evolved in waterfowl. But ducks can also shed the virus in their fecal or saliva, sometimes infecting other birds or mammals like foxes. Birds without natural immunity that migrate or roost together in large flocks like geese are most likely to die in large numbers. A recent bird flu outbreak among migratory eared grebes in Utah killed somewhere between 15 and 25,000 birds near the Great Salt Lake, according to wildlife officials there. Seabirds, which tend to roost in large numbers, also highly impacted. Songbirds, like cardinals, blue jays, chickadees, the kind of birds that might visit your feeder, can also be infected, but their populations appear to fare better since they don't gather closely in large groups where the virus could spread. If you see a wild bird acting weird, the best thing you can do is call your local wildlife rehabilitator. Avoid handling it directly. If you must handle an infected bird, it's best to wear gloves and a mask as a precaution. But they say bird feeders are generally safe. They are not a notable source of spreading the bird flu. Apparently, a lot of folks avoiding filling their bird feeders, fear of bringing the bird flu onto their property. So you don't want to starve the birds. It is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Back at it here about 9 before the hour. See what's going on with... We got Hillbilly Jacks coming up here. Is that Fred? Morning, Fred.
Hello.
Hey
How are
there.
you?
I'm doing well. What's happening?
Oh, I just going to mention them mom and pop truck stops. Maybe I'm getting older. Well, 1960, early 60s, east of Woodville, Ohio, on US 20, they used to have a Myers A station. And they, we used to call it Greasy Spoon, but they had pretty good meal for, you could get 2 eggs and home fries or hash browns, cup of coffee, toast for 45 cents.
Wow.
You don't see that anymore.
Those were the days, Fred. Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, all them, and it was, a lot of times they had a special or a lot of those places, and they, not always, but it wasn't like these RVs and, at Love's and all that, So, then I was going to mention about Philip and, I don't know, the guys like in the 60s and maybe 70s. Then before, I was born in 1944, so I'm getting 80. But I don't know, some of them guys had a couple trucks or one truck, owner operator, and people, they worked, just like in the wee hours of the morning and stuff, but they had a good job. So I don't know. It's just maybe it's going to crap, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
So. Yeah. Well, that's all of the birds. I don't know. I'm starting. Maybe you think I'm crazy, but I think it's to blame control. When they got all them birds shut up in one building, like your one guy called in a couple weeks ago, then they get a few birds get sick and they call the whole herd like 10,000 or maybe more.
Yep.
And the taxpayer and then I had chickens already, and they're out in the sun and everything, and they're grazing, gleaning in the grass, and I don't know. I think they're being shut up. These factory farms, or whatever you want to say, that's a lot of the detriment, and so that's about all I got to say.
All right, and I think one of the big questions there is, and many are now suggesting that if you test and you got a flock of 10,000 and you got two that come back positive, is it necessary to kill all 10,000? Yeah, problem is here in the U.S., in many cases, you might have 1 million. Yeah, you might have 1 million birds altogether. Yeah, matter of fact, I saw someone had posted the other day that, is it just me or is the bird flu stopping at our southern and northern border? Is Mexico having problems with the bird flu? I did a quick search, and apparently Mexico, in some areas, they are also having to cull herds. What about Canada? This past day, they said the Department of Agriculture exploring the ways that other countries produce eggs, looking at potential solutions here. May not have to look far, just right over the border. Eggs are plentiful and affordable in Canada right now. Mike Monvason at the University of Guelph in Ontario said, we've not had any shortage of eggs. We can actually choose from 14 different types of eggs. So what's different there? Where here in the U.S., we've wiped out tens of millions of egg-laying chickens, forcing some supermarkets to limit purchases, driving restaurant chains like Denny's and Waffle House to add the surcharges. Meanwhile, shoppers just north of the border have plenty of eggs. Let's see. I get calls from reporters here in Canada, and they say, we're hearing all this about eggs. And I say, well, that's in the U.S. It's not happening here. Why is that? Canadian chickens can indeed catch the avian flu, just like their American cousins, but the impact on their egg supply has been very limited, suggesting a number of explanations. So first, it gets colder in Canada. So barns are more tightly sealed, which helps keep flu viruses carried by the wild birds out. Canada has far fewer free-range chickens, which are more susceptible to getting infected. Just think of the number of states which have mandated free-range farms here in the U.S., but maybe the biggest difference is that egg farms in Canada are typically very much smaller. So when one farm does have an outbreak, it has much far less reaching impact. Typical egg farm in Canada has, they say, about 25,000 laying hens, whereas many farms here in the U.S. have well over 1 million. In effect, American farmers have put a lot more of their eggs in a relatively small number of baskets, which kind of makes sense. I'd been thinking of that myself. Well, yeah, why are we not hearing about egg prices skyrocketing to our neighbors to the north or the south? Now, as far as Canada go, that makes sense. Got a farm of 25,000. 25,000 birds having to be culled. That's not going to have a dramatic impact. But when you have multiple farms with 1 million, because I think we've culled 25 million, maybe more birds here in the U.S. over the last couple of years. So that makes sense. It is 844-3388. All right, we've got our final hour just ahead. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. California Governor Gavin Newsom is going after President Trump over his use of a centuries-old law to justify the deportation of hundreds of illegal immigrants. While speaking on his podcast, Newsom said a federal judge temporarily blocked the deportations, but they proceeded anyway.
This, to me, of all the things that has happened during the Trump administration, the notion that you can completely disregard the federal court and literally challenge the court just blatantly in contempt of court. I mean, that's the cornerstone of this constitutional democracy.
The Trump administration says the deportees were identified as members of a Venezuelan gang. The 1798 Alien Enemies Act gives the federal government sweeping powers to deport or imprison non-citizens during wartime. President Trump has repeatedly said he believes the United States is under attack at the border. President Trump is eliminating diversity programs at the State Department. Trump signed an executive order today ending former President Biden's initiative to employ underrepresented groups. Trump's order directs the State Department to remove the diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility rule from service and promotion criteria.
In Dallas, Texas, 3 shots were fired at President Kennedy's motorcade in downtown Dallas. The first reports say that President Kennedy has been seriously wounded by this shooting.
The last of the classified JFK assassination files have been made public. The National Archives released multiple files today at the direction of the president, who said Americans have been asking for this for a long time.
President Kennedy died at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time.
John F. Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas in 1963. Historians don't believe the 80,000 pages contained any bombshells. Conspiracies have continued about the CIA's involvement or the existence of another shooter in addition to Lee Harvey Oswald. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Harvard University is making tuition free for more students. The school has eliminated tuition for students from families earning up to $200,000 a year.
That's a big push up from the previous $85,000 income threshold. This as elite universities look for ways to maintain campus diversity since the Supreme Court banned race-based admissions practices. Harvard joined schools including MIT, the University of Pennsylvania, and Caltech with similar thresholds for free tuition. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Forever 21 is going out of business.
Fast fashion retailer Forever 21 is set to close its doors forever. The U.S. branch of the company is going bankrupt for the second time. Unless a buyer is found soon, the company will shut down all operations. That will mean 58 California stores will close and hundreds of workers will be unemployed. The company cites rising costs, overseas competition, and changing trends. Forever 21 was founded in Los Angeles in 1984 and grew to 350 stores. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
The Vatican says Pope Francis is decreasing his use of mechanical ventilation. Officials say the Pope did not require any mechanical ventilation last night, indicating a gradual improvement in his condition. Wall Street closed lower after 2 straight winning sessions.
At the closing bell, the Dow lost 260 points, the S&P fell 60 points, and the Nasdaq dropped 304 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking looking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, final hour. Here we go. Let's get things rolling at 844-844-3388. Now, it looks like their careers have been restored. They helped bring about the downfall of Hunter Biden. Now they're moving up in President Trump's administration. 2 IRS agents who blew the whistle on the kid gloves treatment of the former first son are being rewarded with top positions at the Treasury Department. And one of their primary functions, according to the Treasury Secretary, will be to investigate the wrongdoing at the IRS. Gary Shapley and Joseph Ziegler are IRS agents who spent years investigating Hunter Biden's tax evasion case. They were removed from the probe in 2022 after complaining that David Weiss, the U.S. attorney in Delaware, and later the special counsel in the Hunter Biden case, had deliberately taken a slow approach to the investigation as the 2020 election neared, and then hindered enforcement for political reasons. Their complaints about political favoritism were basically confirmed when now former President Joe Biden issued his controversial pardon for Hunter for any federal crimes, including tax evasion, back to 2014. Since then, the two have alleged they were targeted for retaliation by higher-ups at the IRS, such as being passed over for promotions, threatened with demotions. However, their revelations and retaliation against them has helped to spur action in the House Oversight Committee, chaired by Representative James Comer from Kentucky, and in the Senate from Chuck Grassley, who was the ranking Republican member of the Senate Judiciary Committee at the time. In a news release this past day, Grassley praised the men's promotions and sounded off on the Biden administration for its treatment of the truth tellers. Grassley, in a release, said Gary Shapley and Joe Ziegler put their entire careers on the line to stand up for the truth. And instead of being thanked, the Biden administration treated them like skunks at a picnic. Far too many whistleblowers share a similar experience of retaliation. I hope today is the first of many redemption stories for whistleblowers who have been mistreated. By taking a stand for the whistleblower, President Trump and his cabinet are ushering in a new era of transparency and accountability. How about that? All right, good morning to Steve, Columbus, Ohio, checking in. Hello, all the listeners. The halfway point is here. This week can't be over fast enough. We got fresh coffee and a warmed-up car. Time to head into town and see what the day brings us. It's definitely starting to pick up in the world of trash. Everybody enjoy the day. All right, real quick, we were talking about the Associated Press last hour, and Pappy kind of chimed in. He said, it's been that way for years. The AP is bought and paid for. Everything you said. It's the Democrat Party, the party of deception, deceiving, and right out lying to the people. The party of violence, the party of harming children, the party of stealing the taxpayers' money in the billions, the party of anti-Christians, the party against everything this country was built on and stands for. Yeah, the only way they're able to make a power is because Americans have fallen for their BS for decades, but now they've been exposed. However, do not underestimate these unethical individuals. They will use all of their evil tactics in an attempt to regain power. Well, I believe that's true, and they're using that what they can at this point. Hillbilly Tex, what do you say?
Good morning, Steve, and all my brother and sister truckers out there. Now I'm going to take up for the man, Monkey Gouger. Knucklebuster, you didn't hear the whole story, I guess. You had your mind on them Hooters or something, but he wasn't fighting a clock, Steve. He was fighting an 80-mile-an-hour wind and a dust storm. And if you've ever been through one of them, we used to carry trash bags and duct tape so we could duct tape our dang thumb air filters up on them Peterbilts. I mean, get the whole story straight. Monkey Gouger's been driving long enough. He knows how to work a personal conveyance, I just kind of hit me in the wrong spot what Knucklebuster was trying to tell Monkey Gouger, So, anyway, I hope everybody's safe and sound and, the routine, tipping the hat, ringing the cowbell, exit 81 off the big 755.
That's what Hillbilly Tex does. All right, Tex, have a good morning. Thanks for checking in. Hello from the Rainmaker. Still checking in from Thailand. Let's see. This is all organized protest by the far left. Just like Nancy Pelosi had the guy who organized the riots on January 6th. These people are using Facebook and other social media platforms to spread lies about Trump and Elon Musk. They're probably paying people, I wouldn't doubt it, to start these fires and causing more damage to Tesla. This is being done by an organized group. They're trying to destroy Trump and Musk because the deep state is being exposed. And that's both parties. There is a lot of corrupt Republicans as well as Democrats. Good to hear from you there. Rainmaker, have a great morning. It never ceases to amaze me the amount of drugs we're still intercepting along that southern border. And what comes to my mind is if you've got a method of trying to get drugs into the country and it's not working, you would change your mode of operation. At least you would think. I mean, if you're losing millions and millions of dollars worth of your product being intercepted by the law enforcement, surely you could find another way. The only thing I can think is the sheer mass amount of drugs, to the hundreds and thousands of pounds that we are interdicting or stopping from getting. Enough must be getting through because day after day they continue to try to bring the drugs into the country using the commercial vehicles, our big trucks. The latest Customs and Border Protection seizing hundreds of pounds of cocaine from multiple commercial vehicles passing through a California port of entry over a 2-day period. This is earlier this month, March 4th and 5th, at the Otay Mesa port of entry commercial facility there in Otay Mesa, California, resulting in the apprehension of 8 visa-holding drivers and the seizure of multiple commercial tractor trailers. Officials seized more than 240 pounds of cocaine from the commercial vehicles. These seizures a testament to the training, skills, and dedication of our officers to safeguard our borders and protect the American public. Within just 2 days, their vigilance and expertise resulted in 8 significant cocaine seizures. I'm incredibly proud of their relentless efforts to prevent dangerous narcotics from entering communities. The first 3 seizures occurred on Tuesday, the 4th, at about 2 in the afternoon. Customs and Border Protection encountered a 31-year-old male border crossing card holder driving an empty commercial tractor trailer. The driver, along with the tractor trailer, referred to the secondary inspection where a canine unit screened and alerted to a non-factory compartment in the cabin floor, where officers discovered and extracted 18 packages. Contents tested identified as cocaine, 46.8 pounds. Less than an hour later, 3 p.m., a second empty commercial tractor trailer, driven by a 39-year-old male with a valid border crossing card, applied for entry into the U.S. from Mexico. Following the initial encounter, the officers referred the driver and tractor trailer for additional inspection. Canine, again, alerted to the discovery of a non-factory compartment in the cabin floor, where officers extracted 24 packages, 61 plus pounds. About 10 minutes later, 3:11 p.m., officers encountered a third empty tractor trailer driven by a 52-year-old male, valid border crossing card holder. Directed to secondary inspection, K9 provided a more thorough search. Officers uncovered a non-factory compartment beneath the cabin floor, 25 packages of cocaine, 63.44 pounds. I'm thinking, was this set up and staged to where if the first truck would be caught, that these officers would be busy, preoccupied, and the other two would get through, or if the first or the second got through? If one of them gets caught, that's okay. Thinking 2 out of 3 ain't bad. They're willing to sacrifice. That's my line of thinking. But then it doesn't stop there. The following day, officers intercepted 5 additional cocaine smuggling attempts between 3 and 5 in the afternoon. 3 o'clock, 2 separate commercial vehicles, each operated by a male border crossing card holder, referred for secondary inspection. Non-intrusive imaging technology was utilized to screen the tractor trailers, revealing anomalies in the passenger side floors of both tractor trailers. K9 indicated the presence of narcotics. Officers discovered the non-factory compartment, 12 packages with a combined total of 31 pounds of cocaine. About 10 minutes later, a 52-year-old male driver, same thing. After being referred for secondary, K9 alerted to a non-factory, all these in the cabin floor. 6 packages of cocaine, 15 pounds this time. 3:45, officers encountered a 43-year-old B1, B2 visa holder. Empty commercial tractor trailer. Secondary inspection, K9 led to the discovery of 7 packages of cocaine in that compartment in the cabin floor. Total weight 16.5 pounds of cocaine. Notice time and time again, I guess, are they thinking, hey, if we don't have a load, there's nothing in the trailer, just let us roll on through. Maybe they've been doing this for quite some time. If you don't see, hey, it's an empty trailer. It is 844-844-3388.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts need.
All right, how long we've been here about 4.5 hours thus far, a little less, but you know, the map, aka the radar, has really begun to fill in with the wintry side of this storm, where we've got blizzard warnings. And the snow is flat out putting it down. Western portions of Kansas, right on through southern and up into northeastern portions of Nebraska. I mean, some of this snow, it looks like, super enhanced. From like Norfolk, Nebraska down to Lexington, Nebraska. Some heavy snow back into North Platte. Grand Isle, you're right on the edge where you're transitioning to some sleet, freezing, changing over to snow. Moving on southward, see if I can zoom in a little bit further here. Yeah, along I-70, once you get, say, not too far west of Hayes, you're running into the snow. Some heavy snow there. Yeah, say from just west of Hayes over to Oakley. Again, I-70 going to be a slippery mess as this all continues to fill in. Yeah, but in case you missed it earlier, you got those blizzard warnings extending from much of portions of Kansas through Nebraska on up through northern Iowa, on up into southeastern portions of Minnesota. So, and they're talking winds, 60-plus miles per hour. Some areas will see up to 10 inches, maybe up to a foot of snow. I think we're going to see some shutdowns on some of the major interstates as the day progresses there. All right, Pup got you coming up here just ahead. Blind Man, thanks for hanging in there. Good morning.
Good morning, Steve. I'm glad the astronauts made it back to Earth and that a judge didn't make them go back to the space station.
I saw that yesterday. So Babylon Bee did that. Babylon Bee, they posted a headline, judge orders stranded astronauts back to the space station. That wouldn't be a surprise, would it?
Yeah. Anyway, health-wise, I went for my physical, and the problem is I have water buildup in my feet, and it's not going down. So they're giving me a special water pill that's supposed to go after excess fluid. And I've been told I have to be near a bathroom for that. So I'm prepared. My birthday's coming up in a couple of weeks, April 2nd. And my sister's coming down from Anchorage, Alaska to be with me for a few weeks before she goes back for her hip replacement. So I'm looking forward to seeing her. And we'll be going to see my lawyer and get our will straightened out and all that stuff, updated. My living will, I got one sentence that says, if he stopped breathing, just yell, he's dead, Jim, from the Star Trek series. I enjoyed our long conversations with, Eskimo Mom was there, so was Big Sexy and Pup. And Chevy guy, I got to talk to him for a while. He chimed in. And Paula was there, too. I made her laugh a couple of times when I mentioned some blind joke or something. Got her laughing a little bit. But anyway, I'm hanging in there. I'm just frustrated with my health situation. I want to be able to walk without the walker. I think I can. There's a safety belt that I can wear where somebody holds on to the strap to keep me from falling. I'm waiting for my physical guy to come and give me some more exercises, and I'm going to tell him that I want to wear that belt and just walk around the house and see how well I do without using the walker. I know I am getting stronger, but it's just frustrating because it's taking so long, and the nerves are healing. I was told it's going to take at least a couple of years for that, and when they heal, they give off like an electric shock for a few seconds, which really hurts. But I know they're healing, and we're trying to work on my right leg to get it stronger, so I don't fall, and I haven't fallen in quite a while. But when I do, I know how to get up now, using my left leg as a the push up.
Yeah.
So that's about.
Got to take it one day at a time, there, blind man. You're making progress. That's a positive. But we got to get our news break here. We'll return right after this. Hey, got us a hump day. Midweek coming on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. California Governor Gavin Newsom is going after President Trump over his use of a centuries-old law to justify the deportation of hundreds of illegal immigrants. While speaking on his podcast, Newsom said a federal judge temporarily blocked the deportations, but they proceeded anyway.
This, to me, of all the things that has happened during the Trump administration, the notion that you can completely disregard the federal court.
The Trump administration says the deportees were identified as members of a Venezuelan gang. The last of the classified JFK assassination files have been made public. The National Archives released multiple files today. John F. Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas in 1963. Historians don't believe the 80,000 pages contained any bombshells. Conspiracies have continued about the CIA's involvement or the existence of another shooter in addition to Lee Harvey Oswald. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, Wolf, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, let me get you Pup, I believe. What's going on, Pup? Good morning.
Hey, Steve, I didn't have much for you. There is a huge backup, and I-75's closed going north through Cincinnati. On the CB, they said there was a huge police presence, and now there's Google Maps is showing there's 2 or 3 crashes. Must have been back from where the traffic was stopped.
Oh, boy.
I have to take the bypass or 71 north. And it looked, the way the guys were talking on the CB, it started right up here around like the 14-mile marker. Now it's all the way back, up here around where the GE is and stuff.
Yeah.
It's up in that area. So. And to answer that other question, I don't know why, but they do not need to kill those birds like that. Just let them gain immunity. You can still eat the eggs as long as you cook them. So, but that's about all I had for area, whatever's going on down there, it's pretty bad. It's closed for a long ways.
Okay.
75 northbound is.
So if it started about I just got an email from Doughboy, said 75 north at Evendale by GE, exit 12 is closed. Pedestrian got hit on the highway. So, I mean, maybe it started with that. I don't.
Yeah. I know on the radio, on the CB, they were saying there was a huge amount of police officers there. So, I'm not sure exactly what's going on. But maybe you could look that up or something.
See what I can find.
That's
yes.
about all I had.
All right, very good. Yeah, that'll not bode well. Yeah, here in not that long when the morning rush gets underway. So, yeah, I'll see if I can find, if you had a pedestrian hit and then maybe, the traffic backing up and maybe more incidents, because that happens so often, right? Everything's slowing down and somebody didn't see it. Well, Mr. Peabody fired up the Wayback Machine. So here we go. Make sure your tray tables are in the upright locked position. 1915. This was the date that Pluto was photographed for the very first time. And, of course, when I was a kid, we were taught that Pluto was a planet. Somewhere down the line, I guess they've had to go back and change the Encyclopedia Britannica because it's no longer considered an actual planet. What is it, a dwarf or something? Anyway, 1928 on this day, Amos and Andy debuted on the NBC radio network. It was theater of the mind in those days. 1964, Sean Connery starts filming James Bond, the film Goldfinger. 1981, 2 workers killed while preparing Space Shuttle Columbia. Let's see, I know Brain Dead would like this one. 1995, Michael Jordan rejoins the Chicago Bulls after his failed attempt at baseball. In 2013, on this date, the Mars rover Curiosity discovers evidence of water-bearing minerals. There you go. That's it for this date in history. Going back in time. All right, we see that it's been a tough couple of years in the trucking industry. Financial distress in the trucking and logistics sector, actually over about the last 3 years now, has forced thousands of companies to cease operations, the Great Freight Recession, as they refer it. About 88,000 trucking companies and 8,000 freight brokerage firms went out of business in 2023. According to the data from Freight Caviar, the trucking sector reported a net loss of about 10,000 carriers in the first half of 2024. Last year, the now-defunct Illinois shipping company Mighty Move Transportation that operated 70 power units and 75 drivers filed for Chapter 7 liquidation in northern Illinois. Several trucking companies have already shut down operations here in 2025, and some have filed Chapter 11 bankruptcy. Reorganization, the distressed trucking company Turk Transportation, on February 11 filed for Chapter 11, seeking to reorganize their business. The Carnegie, Pennsylvania-based debtor, which operates interstate freight services, has 18 trucks, 10 driven by independent contractors and 8 by contracted owner-operators. It employs 10 drivers, 4 owner-ops, and 1 service provider. Turk Transportation had an agreement with Love's Financial for business financing backed by a security interest as collateral. The companies reportedly amended the agreement for Love's to purchase Turk's post-petition accounts, allowing the trucking company to continue operation, including making payroll, buying fuel. Just the day before, the iconic auto hauling company Jack Cooper on February 10 informed employees in an email that they were closing operations after Ford and General Motors stopped doing business. The 97-year-old family-run business shut down after Ford on January 1 executed their 30-day termination clause, which was then followed by GM. instructing their workers to stop loading new cars on Jack Cooper trucks. Finally, Michigan-based trucking company Equity Transportation has laid off all of its drivers and ceased operations, according to several sources with knowledge. According to FreightWaves, the Walker, Michigan freight company, which has operated for over 50 years, has not revealed any information about the closure, has not indicated whether it plans to file for bankruptcy protection. But yeah, the list has just continued to grow and grow. All right, it is 844-3388. Let's see, news right now referencing I-75 at the 14-mile marker. The news media now knows what's up. You can repeat it. Okay, stolen vehicle being pursued, subject bailed, there's a manhunt. Okay. Maybe more, so that's why there's a very large police presence there. That may be shut down for a while. Morning, Knucklebuster.
Morning again, Mr. P. Summers. Hey, you've had a great show today there, so I've enjoyed it there. Y'all buy some Bill products, some Hot Tub Secrets products, some Steve Summers Overnight Drive products, too. I want to give a Semper Fi shout-out to Truck and Field. Keep on rolling on, brother, there. Steve, was that Monkey Gouge's girlfriend calling in to defend him? I thought Monkey Gouge was reminding us to speak for himself there. If I misheard something, I don't think so. He said he didn't want to roll down the highway because of the public safety, and they told him he couldn't park on somebody's property. That's their private property. Well, I still got hours to drive. I'll keep driving. Here's what I've learned out of 38 years of trucking. If that wind's blowing 50 by an hour, you better be getting it at least 75. Heavy load, hammer down on it. So, well, that's all my bullet for today. Keep ringing that cowbell, and I'll keep blowing this freight train air horn there, Steve, and we'll talk at you in the morning.
Yeah, all right. Always looking to stir something up, aren't we? Oh, boy. All I know is he was battling not only the winds, but a dust storm. The dust storm where the visibility was so low that other trucks, where was he? He was at a Walmart facility that the Walmart trucks were having to stop because they couldn't see to get there. And that was his point was, you're not going to let me sit here and wait this out. I've either got to go 7 miles north or 7 miles south, and you can't see past the hood of your truck in the dust storm. If memory serves, that's the way he explained it. All right, with all the complaints about DOGE sticking their nose here and there, the U.S. Postal Service is actually kind of reaching a hand out, asking for help. Do what? They've authorized the DOGE department to help eliminate red tape in the Postal Service, which is hurting financial and operational performance in a move that Democrats decried, but some postal workers say could actually be beneficial. It also gave concrete figures on how previously announced forced reductions, saying they expect to eliminate 10,000 jobs, primarily through a voluntary early retirement program. Meanwhile, postal workers and community activists this week are planning to protest the Trump administration's expression of interest in selling the Postal Service to private sector owners. The Postmaster General, Louis DeHoy, informed Congress late last week that he had signed an agreement with the General Services Administration and DOGE to identify further efficiencies and stem billions of dollars in annual losses, including $9.5 billion in losses in the most recent fiscal year. The new review goes beyond steps already taken under the 3-year-old transformation initiative that DeHoy had implemented, trying to make them profitable within a decade. Now, DOGE is a small office within the Trump administration, not a formally established department that's working across government to cancel contracts and shrink various agency. DeHoy gave it permission to tackle some big challenges related to their retirement benefit calculations and investments, which have long been a big-time drag on the Postal Service finances. The Postal Service once faced the immediate threat of insolvency, which would have required a taxpayer bailout. Our efforts have provided a lifeline to the organization and a pathway that is financially sustainable. I ask that you please engage with the Postal Service, our DOJ representatives, and the federal agencies that need to correct the deficiencies of the past. That's what DeHoy said to lawmakers last week. He's asking, come on, give us some help here. Since 2021, the Postal Service has cut $3.5 billion in annual transportation and mail processing costs, trying to streamline their networks, reducing the layers of upper management, increased revenue by $5 billion per year over the base projections for 21. They introduced new package products throughout the turnaround program called Delivering for America. DeHoy said he specifically wants the DOJ team, the outside tech specialist, to address some of the actuarial mistakes by the Office of Personnel Management and the Treasury Department that have led to misallocated pension liabilities, costing them tens of billions of dollars, and a new investment strategy for the Postal Service's 3 retirement funds. Those funds are currently held in the Treasury bonds, missing out on hundreds of millions in annual returns from higher-yielding instruments. Under the law, the Postal Service must self-fund retirement plans, putting them at a major disadvantage compared to the private industry. They don't face the same financial liabilities. Another DOJ target is the Services Workers' Compensation Program, which has paid out $400 million per year in excessive charges compared to private industry practices. That program managed by the Department of Labor. Postal Service next on the list. We'll see what Elon's team can maybe come up with there.
A galactic prize awaits participating Grand National competitors. In the meantime, it's punch and cookies as we roll the red carpet for our new neighbors and friends. Now that we're secure in our new headquarters building, the NTPA is on the move. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. After our series of Banquet and Champions reports, we've got some catching up to do on the groundbreaking news that the NTPA is making that will supercharge the pulling experience for spectators, competitors, promoters, and sponsors. The tallest wave comes from the launch of the Galaxy Tour Incentive Program. Open to any Grand National competitor, the Galaxy Tour provides an opportunity to pull in every open entry GN points class for special bonus money and to receive a multitude of additional benefits. These include accommodations and tickets to the December Awards Banquet in Orlando, Florida, and hero card packages to distribute to fans. Pullers should check out the Galaxy Tour article at ntpapull.com or the newsletter article in their email this coming week. Sign-ups close on April 4th, so pullers join the Galaxy Tour soon. A reminder to all members, the deadline for the middle rate to renew your driver license and vehicle registration is coming up on March 31st. Visit ntpa.tracksideapp.com to log in and get that paperwork out of the way. The NTPA also bade farewell to our leased space on the north side of Columbus, Ohio, and open up shop at our newly renovated headquarters building at 1299 Campbell Road in Marion, Ohio, 43302. If you have a mind to correspond with us or pay us a visit, that's where to find us. More on one such opportunity in a minute. Among the advantages to the new location is plentiful space to house a new multimedia studio to get the NTPA's message to the public. FullPoll.live remains our live streaming partner with midweek programming of its own, and this new facility will be the locale from which additional content originates in the coming years. We'll also have a dedicated year-round merchandise shop for enthusiasts to peruse during business hours. As always, you can check in on the inventory at shopntpa.com. It took 4 semi-trailer loads to haul the NTPA's operations the approximately 50 miles up US 23 from our old base to our new one. Included among the belongings, file cabinets. So many file cabinets. Are slides, photos, negatives, and video cassettes from 54 years of tractor pulling. Plus magazines, event programs, and documents whose contents were significant to the organization's foundation and perpetuation. Yours truly is humbled to serve our membership as the association's archivist, and I pledge to treat these materials with the respect they deserve and have begun to work toward making them accessible to fans of championship pulling. Already ready to view and experience is our Hall of Fame, whose nearly 100 plaques now adorn the longest hallway in our headquarters complex. And if you're in the Marion area on Saturday, April 12th, stop by and see us. Sponsors, local dignitaries, and of course NTPA members are explicitly invited to this open house from noon to 5 p.m. following our in-person entry clerk school. We'll take a detailed look at our ever-expanding corporate partnerships and our national and member state event schedules in coming weeks as we ramp up to the 2025 championship pulling season. Fasten that 5-point harness, it'll get here fast. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All right, as Pup suggested, I think it may be a good advice to find a way around the I-75. This is north of Cincinnati, up toward the General Electric plant there. All right, what I'm being told is, I mentioned there was a stolen vehicle, there was a pursuit, suspects bailed, a manhunt was underway. Manhunt ensued, resulting in an officer-involved shooting. Let's see, one of the suspects captured was shot in the chest, condition unknown at this point in time. So if you've got an officer-involved shooting, chase like that, I'm thinking this is probably going to be shut down for quite some length of time. They'll have to get investigators out there, and of course, if you've got an officer-involved shooting potentially involving a fatality, that's going to be all kinds of investigation. Now, let's just figure shut down, it's shut down. All right, polling from the far left, NBC News, no less, shows that since President Trump's re-election, the what they call the right track, wrong track number has jumped 17 points to a 20-year high, 44%. Now, keep in mind, this is NBC News. I don't think they'd want to report this, but the survey question is straightforward and quite revealing. Some variation of, do you believe the country is headed in the right direction or the wrong direction? Pretty simple, straightforward. As of this past day, according to NBC, 44% the country is on the right track. And that is the highest it's actually been in this poll since January of 2004. This measurement, they say, has never really received the focus it deserves. I believe it was Breitbart reporting. I've been watching it for at least a dozen years and mostly watched it dive into the territory we saw last November after 4 years of Joe Biden. 66% of respondents at the time said wrong direction versus 27% on the right track. This number actually imploded during former President George W. Bush's second term, recovered just sporadically, usually with the hope that comes from electing a new president. According to the Real Clear Politics average poll of right track, wrong track polls, this number has not been right side up for nearly 15 years now. Looking at this number in the early days of 2015, when the specter of yet another Bush-Clinton, a.k.a. Jeb and Hillary presidential election, this number told me people wanted change badly. Never would I have guessed that a Donald Trump or Bernie Sanders would emerge as a national political figure, but I wasn't much surprised. On top of the NBC poll, the RCP poll of polls shows a similar jump since Trump's reelection back in December. The average on this question was minus 37 wrong track. Today it was minus 37 wrong track. Today it's only minus 9. That's a jump of 28 points. All right, with that, we will close out here a Wednesday hump day. Safe travels out there, and we'll be back at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight. We'll do it again, our next edition, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Above, 'cause everything looks better from above. But nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, sleep.